越すほかげになる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni.
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik Man. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Amaterasu. Oruka naru ototo yo.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
ってらす。愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap. Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan.
telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, fearless ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayangkan nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gendir ku tempuh.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery partner. Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people are hungry, they lose focus and they'll have bad aim or bad performance during game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Todak Culture. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Selamat datang kepada semua penyokong dan yang hadir dan juga penonton yang berada di rumah. Kita berada di Quill City Mall untuk bersama-sama menyaksikan perlawanan pembukaan MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-17. Inilah masanya untuk kita mulakan era yang baru. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Apa khabar Quill City Mall? Alright, sekarang anda bersama saya Sid sebagai host opening, tapi bukan untuk opening ceremony. Tapi sekarang ni saya tidak keserangan. Saya bersama-sama dengan kita punya fan yang datang untuk kita menyaksikan perlawanan pembukaan untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-17 dengan format baru, dengan tim-tim yang baru. Jadi saya sebenarnya memang tak sabar untuk kita menyaksikan perlawanan yang akan berlangsung pada hari ini. Alright, ala kita bertemu ni, selamat Hari Raya, selamat datang. Boleh perkenalkan diri tak?
Saya Azri.
Okey. Daripada mana Azri?
Daripada tak jauh lah. KL juga.
Oh, KL juga. Okey, sebelah Azri ni siapa?
Saya Aki Zafril dari Bukit Jalil.
Oh, Bukit Jalil venue lama. Sekarang kita dah pindah. Sekarang kita berada dekat Quill City Mall. Alright. Untuk musim yang terbaru ni, saya ada banyak soalan nak diberikan kepada anda berdua. Pasukan mana yang korang sokong untuk musim yang terbaru ni? Kita ada banyak pasukan. Kita ada 8. Ada nama-nama baru. Jadi pasukan mana yang korang sokong? Kita mulakan dengan Azri.
Kalau untuk season baru ni, saya harapkan Pamos lagi lah.
Pamos? Oh, menarik. Okey.
Sebab
okay, kalau untuk saya harap RRQ Tora dapat menang champion grand final lah.
RRQ Tora menang untuk grand final Okey, ada sebab tak kenapa RRQ Tora?
Sebab dia tim baru kan, kita nak nampak impact baru dekat nak SRG ada saingan juga.
Okey, Azri, kenapa Pamos?
Pamos masih percaya dengan sistem yang diorang build dari awal. Mungkin sistem tu dah start mula nak matang dengan sistem yang baru, management yang baru, dengan fokus yang baru. Mungkin diorang boleh berikan saingan. Mungkin kalau tak sehebat dulu pun, mungkin boleh mencalakan rekod-rekod sebelum ni.
Alright, so saya percaya diorang yang akan dapatkan kemenangan pada hari. Thank you so much diucapkan kepada Azri dan juga Zafril Zafril untuk datang bersama-sama dengan kita untuk kita mulakan perlawanan selama ini. Jadi, kita dah tak nak buang masa. Kita akan terus sama-sama dengan kita punya host pada hari ini untuk opening ceremony. Let's go.
Pasir halus jatuh ke dasar menyimpan kisah sang wira. Era berlalu, pentas bergegar, masa berputar, bermula semula. Empat legenda membuka masa, langkah sasa mencipta era. 3 pahlawan menggoncang dunia, kembali bersatu, santas semua. Dahulu
Selama 16 musim, a generation was built. Tetapi hari ini adalah detik permulaan baru. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 17!
Pasir halus jatuh ke dasar menyimpan kisah sang wira. Era berlalu, pentas bergegar, masa berputar, bermula semua. Empat legenda membuka masa, langkah sasa mencipta era. 3 pahlawan menggoncang dunia, kembali bersatu, santas semua. Dahulu bermain di tepi jalan, penuh semangat mencari peluang. Akar umbi jadi sandaran, bakat dipupuk penuh berjuang. Langkah bermula di fasa ini, MPL Malaysia megah berdiri. Era profesional kini menjelma, lakan sejarah tahta utama. Dihujani benci, diri tanpa suara, setiap api dibalas prestasi luar biasa. Bayang lama, takdir seakan sama, wajah baru menghadap era baru laksana. Pasukan berdarah muda, semangat membara, hadir sebagai pencabar, mencari tahta. Nama besar bayang legenda, reputasi dunia kini dicuba. Pengalaman lama bertemu api muda, gabungan maut lahirkan tron perkasa. Menjadi pasukan sempurna, siap menakluk arena. Kerajaan tiba, sang belang berdiri kukuh, bawa legasi, tiar tunduk di tengah dunia. Puncak menanti, tahta ini milik mereka. Sejarah lama belum dilupakan, kalah sekali takkan patahkan tinggal. Misi lama diteruskan, kemenangan mereka dapatkan. Gergasi lama gagah melangkah, darah sama, semangat tak rebah. Sang gergasi mengejar tahta, di era baru semangat meluah. Terang bulan nampak bersinar, hingga unggas di pohon wali. Mahkota mutlak sudah bersinar, masa bangkit di era baru. Waktu dah tiba, my time, my era.
Bersama Selcom Digi lighting the way forward dari satu generasi to the next. My time, my era. Setiap era ada permulaannya, dibina oleh mereka yang berani dan kuat membina liga ini. One of the first players in MLBB esports to win MPL titles across 2 different leagues, Sasa, the Malaysian Kage. An icon of Toda's Langgar mentality, one of the innovators who brought the Malaysia meta to the world stage, the one and only Chiku guys. Dari season 1 hingga hari ini, season ke-17, never miss a single chapter, Zorn! And last but not least, pemenang pertama MPL MY Legenda Award, Solos, the one who started the fire, the OG, the original legend. Mereka bina liga ini, they carried it. Mereka cipta sejarah, they defined it. Dan hari ini, they pass it on. Now let's bring on the teams that will be competing in MPL Malaysia Season 17. Kita mulakan dengan 2 pasukan yang ingin menjadi the game changer untuk liga kita, AC Esports dan Team Flash. Seterusnya, Team Ray dengan line-up baru sedang mencari kebangkitan mereka. Sementara Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality, Program to Win, akan cuba establish their presence di MPL MY. Dua nama besar dengan kepercayaan yang tak pernah pudar, Invictus Gaming dan RRQ TR membawa legasi, harapan dan sokongan tanpa batas. And finally, new era, but same rivalry. Two teams have been head-to-head. It's Team Vamos and Selangor Red Giants! There you have it, 8 pasukan, 8 fresh teams with new stories to tell. Hari ini bukan sekadar permulaan musim baru. This is the beginning of a new era. Dulu kita hanya ada gaya. Sekarang era baru. Kita sudah ada kita dah partnership. Kita dah ada partnership baru dekat sini. Ini masa mereka, ini masa kita season 17 of MPL Malaysia. This time it will be great. Dia lebih sengit, lebih panas, lebih mantap. Better gameplay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah, tolonglah kali ini better gameplay. Amin. Aminkan. And better storyline. Jadi dekat sini kita dah nampak the teams, kita dah nampak the legenda. But we want to hear, kita nak dengar suara MPL Malaysia musim ke-17 kali ini. So let's introduce the casters. Kita mulakan dengan caster bahasa Malaysia. Kita ada Mars, Sif dan juga Sunfrost. Come on over. Mars. Sekali. Semua sekali. Baik Sif, Good job interview. Sunfrost, season ni kasih panas sikit. Kau just buat apa yang kau boleh buat. Okay, you guys can go to your desk. Sebab sekarang kita nak panggil the English casters. Okay, kau dah boleh gerak. Terima kasih banyak. Let's call in Staffa and Gideon. These are my friends. Hopefully, kita boleh do a very good job to everyone. And kali ni, just make sure we all be very nice and friendly on the desk. Jadi to all the fans, the casters, dorang dah ready. Even the teams, kita boleh nampak Team Vamos dan Selangor Red Giants. Mereka dah bersedia. Now the question is, are you guys ready? So, I just want to hear your energy. Are you ready? And with that, let's start the new season of MPL MY 17. But before that, we do have a QR code. A CD code here. It's my time. Make sure you guys grab it for yourself and get all the goodies that is waiting for you. Now with that being said, again, it looks like everyone is ready. I want to see the matches. So dengan tu, let's throw it over to the casters and let's start MPL Malaysia musim ke-17.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 17. I've been waiting for so long for this moment. Thank you once again, LaFell, for making sure everything is set in stone here in Quill City Mall. We are currently at level 6 for you guys. If you've bought your tickets, come on down now for the brand new era.
There is so much to look forward to, and it is so good to be back here behind the caster desk with all of you wonderful people watching from home, and of course those of you who are here in the arena itself. We've got a brand new stadium, And we've got many brand new teams, many brand new rosters, new metas, a new partnership league as well, 8 weeks long. Man, there's just so much to see.
Back to back, there's going to be plenty of action for you guys here today. But the first thing that we have to talk about, hey, it may be a new era, but we have some very familiar faces. Who is going to really find that first blood here on the very first week of a new era? But we want to thank to all of our sponsors, one in particular who has stood out from the rest, Cellcom Digi. Thank you so much, because now you guys can power up now with Cellcom Digi Prepaid 5G Power Pass. Go limitless with ultimate 5G power and uncapped hyper speed, made for Gen Now. Pick it up while you still can.
Yeah, make sure you guys get right on that if you guys want to make sure you have the best speed so that you can rank up with the smoothest experience possible. And of course, just to give them support for making all of this happen right here as well. Honestly, I'm speechless, Gideon. I feel like I'm so excited already. Like, we literally just started the season. I don't know what to expect. I just want things to get going.
I think it's totally understandable here, but we have to see how this is going to work out, because currently when we look across all different types of MPLs, we are all facing the same problem. Patch 2.1.6, so many different things. Marcel, big problem. Hero adjustments on our side, but more importantly, when we look at the emblem changes here, we are finally seeing the adaptive attack being kicked in instead of just raw, hey, I'm going to give you free health, you can play whatever you want and you can sustain the lane.
Yep, I think we've seen some very interesting changes with the recent patch update. Marcel, of course, being one of the main features, but a lot of changes that have shifted the meta ever so slightly from what was the norm before this. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are already familiar with some of the heroes that have been popping up with the other MPLs already ongoing. Curious to see what changes it'll bring to MPL MY specifically, but we know that mages especially were a big winner of this patch.
Of course, look at the item changes, right? 90% of what you see here in terms of buff, magic, 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 and then this guy Guardian Helmet. Okay, you know, but sorry, Guardian Helmet. Okay, listen, not that big of a deal, but I think because of these adjustments and quote-unquote nerfs, even for the Holy Crystal has kind of adjusted the item builds for a majority of, magic-style junglers or even mid laners.
Yeah, definitely, but that's not all as well. Let's talk a little bit more specifically about some of the changes that we saw. The big notable ones, for those of you who were studious enough to look through the patch notes, is that there were a lot of HP and defense rebalancing, lots of numbers happening, which definitely made my patch note review a little bit more difficult. I had to start skipping through some of them later on, but it means that a lot of mages are going to feel just slightly different compared to before.
Oh yeah, they're going to feel slightly different, but in a good way, right? HP and defense rebalances across all mages. This was one of my biggest problems when it came down to, me and the game developers. I always complain to them, like, why isn't it consistent how much HP and defense each mage has? Like, I get some are going to be tankier than others, but not to this degree. Now, we've standardized it. More importantly, the return of the MM era. I don't know how true this is, because the two most viable marksmen in the meta right now, Claude, Carry. Granger, kind of given the take. Not 100% sure whether it's going to fall. Harith, always going to be relevant, especially with the mage changes, especially to the items that he will specifically utilize.
It's hard to say if it's a total return, but I think we've already seen signs of it, because before this, there was quite the notable presence of fighter gold lanes, Freya being the biggest culprit, and we've not really been seeing her anymore in the other MPLs. Like you pointed out, heroes like Claude, Carry being shown up. Harith, while you say has always been reliable, kind of was unpopular for a few months, though now he has made his return.
Of course, mainly because it took too long for Harith to get to that big power spike at the end. But now the adjustments is going to make his late game a little not as powerful. It just means you have to weave in one extra auto attack. Very, very little changes, but he still has a major issue of he needs money to get big fast. Now, speaking of which, we still have a couple of comments here from those who are just tuning in. This one's actually straight from Zorn.
It's straight from Zorn. He's, for those of you who don't understand Malay, he's basically saying, we already know who's going to be winning the first opening a match. And people in the comments are like saying, oh, what kind of mentality is that? Are you joking around, sir?
Oh man, joking around is one thing, but I can understand where Zorn is coming from, because his very first matchup, it's SRG facing up against Vamos. Classic matchup. We've seen the battle so many times, Vamos, 90% of the time, does not win. And considering that, Vamos hasn't made too many big changes, same goes for SRG with the only exception of their jungler, I don't know. I feel like SRG should walk away. Pretty clean game overall.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be expecting that our multi-time back-to-back MPL champions have a pretty good chance of taking it home this time, but I'm hoping that with a new era, these teams will really show us something different. Give us a sign that it is not only the Red Giants who can stand at the top in the international stage.
I disagree. I think right now, SRG has already found the rhythm. They know what the meta looks like. They know exactly what they want to do. Top 3 podium finishes in international tournaments in the last year. That's how crazy this team is, with Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Uni, and Cram not playing Sakai's in the jungle position.
You guys may have heard the crowd go a little wild in the background there. That is the reaction to Uni taking his position on the starting roster of the Selangor Red Giants, their one and only new acquisition for Season 17, replacing Skies in the jungle position, known to be a highly mechanic assassin-style jungler. How will he shift the priorities, the dynamics of a team that has stood the test of time?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see whether Uni really is going to give them another edge in the game rather than blunting the current weapon. Because when they're facing up against a team like Vamos, this team has been together for a decent amount of time. Slight adjustments, of course. They've got Natko, Zekriv, Klokun, Error 404, and Zeno. They're starting off Error 404, the young jungler, instead of Chibi this time round. It's great to see that Zekriv has found a home at the very least, but he's filling the shoes of Zorn.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting team to keep an eye on because the DNA remains the same, but there's a lot of newer faces. It's not just Zekif, it's also Zeno in the EXP lane, and of course Error 404, who has long been a question mark. Is this truly the talent that will take over Chibi's position as one of the most storied junglers in MPL Malaysia? Team Vamos has had a long rivalry with SRG, but they've never been particularly successful. Now they've got new blood, but will this be a strength or will it be a weakness?
I think it's going to be a little too difficult, right? The Young Bloods is a great idea to have, but they're not going to have the level of just the raw skill that SRG has. But with that being said, though, the games are about to begin. We're going to quickly throw it to a mic check before we jump right back into it. We'll see you then.
Berapa? Dah. Ang, aman?
Aman.
Akib?
Lu 100 sih.
Aman tak?
Lu 100 aja tinggi banget, Cok.
Olahragawan, Cok. Lu berapa?
Gue 90.
Sama gue 95.
Hello.
Kuat kan? Kat sini.
Oh, mak pening ah. Karena awak.
Ni je gila. Ni kuat kan? Ha. Ni kuat kan? Betul. Ni aku. Ni kau. Aku nak kuatkan kau. Aku tekan kau. Ada dah merah. P2 kau.
Dah, sudah aman.
Ha, aku kuat kan?
Oh, okey. Tak apa, aku sorry buat kak.
Oh. Dah gak friendly, Cok. Dah. Ni ikut ni.
Stormy ni lancenya boleh-boleh ya. Boleh.
Ni jersey biru ni jersey apa yuk?
Now we
jersey biru.
Guys.
Tahu? Todak. Oh, Todak punya ni kot, sponsor kot.
Crazy. Even the players that are coming into this and they're like, whoa, there's so many new things. Uni doesn't even know how to readjust his audio anymore.
Well, I hope they figure it out soon because it's about time for them to walk up on stage for the very first match of MPL Malaysia Season 17. You know their name. You know their reputation. Putting Malaysia on the map with 4 local and 1 international trophy. Will a similar lineup in a new era continue to bring glory to the red and yellow? Standing tall above the rest, ladies and gentlemen, this is Selangor Red Giants!
Uni starting instead of Sakai's. He's been touted as one of the best MY junglers. Is this finally the time for him to showcase he can be with the big boys too?
And of course, walking up on stage, our health man, health beast, continuing to be a consistent presence across multiple seasons of MPL. A team that has remained largely the same, eager to bring the same success into a brand new era.
This new mid trio, it's gonna be tough, but they've got bigger opponents ahead of them. Ones who are looking to test them. A familiar team with a refreshed lineup. Will blending experience and potential take them to the next level? They be counting on young stars like Arrow 404 and Zekeef. Is the secret weapon they've been looking for all this time? Let them cook. It's Team Vamos!
The eyes of the crowd will be on Error 404, Zekeef and Zeno to fill in the shoes of their predecessors, including veterans like Chibi and Zorn. But let's bring up some more important people. We got the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. Walking up on stage right now, we got Coach Arcadia and Ozora Becky for SRG, along with Coach Valdo and Pakbet for Vamos, and they'll be joined by our Legenda Solos as our marshal for match 1.
The OG gonna make sure that this very first kickoff to our MPL MY Season 17 is only going to be Preem, the best, as these teams make their final physical contact up on this stage. They're gonna be heading over to their battle stations to get ready for war.
And war it shall be. The battlefield is primed. The arena is ready. A brand new era awaits. And we will now witness another long rivalry put to rest, at the very least for the beginning of the season, because this time around, every single team will be facing a double round robin. It's not just one opportunity they'll have against all their opponents.
First picks will be going over to the Red Giants this time round. Now, as most of you might be thinking, MPL MY is going to be working very similarly to MPL Indonesia in terms of the picks and bans. Only MPL PH has the option of first pick and what map order it's going to be for the second person, or whoever doesn't win the coin toss. Either way, I think that right now Vamos in a particularly not great position, facing off against SRG right at the start, because we're looking at these newer players, right? We're looking at both Zekeef alongside with Arrow 404, replacing Zorn and Chibi, or intended to. Are they upgrades or are they just too young?
And it's hard to really say, but one thing we can guarantee is that both these players have been touted before as the successors of these respective players. Error 404 has been trained, Zekeef is someone Zorn has personally acknowledged, and we actually got to reach out to Error 404 asking him, what is your personal target as a player this season?
He said, my target is to be the best jungler in Malaysia. I want to prove that I can replace Chibi and beat Skies and Uni. Right now, I think they are number 1 and number 2. Question is, who is number 3 in his mind? Is it him? Is it Chibi? Do we start adding in? Because he's mentioning people who are not up on this stage. He's facing off against Uni, respectively number 2 when it comes down to top junglers in Malaysia.
Now, ranking these players is always going to be a subjective topic, but I get the feeling most people will not disagree with Error 404 putting Skies and Uni as the best junglers in MPL Malaysia. In that case, maybe his opinion is that Chibi was number 3 and he wants to take that spot on the podium for himself. He's tried a few seasons in a row now, hasn't been the most stable. That's why Chibi still remained as a mainstay for the Vamos roster. But is this a sign, a proof of what the new season, the new era has in store?
Maybe, or maybe it's the fact that Era 404 can play Fanny. I mean, you know, that's a
hey, a lot of time has passed. Maybe Chibi, right?
Dude, it's like been what, 6 years at this point of his fifth year of his professional career, and we've only seen him play a lifetime of 4 games on Fanny. I don't think that's changing anytime soon.
6th year is the charm.
6 years is gonna be where it takes. Well, let's talk about one of the actual Fanny users who can actually turn the tides of war. Uni has been on my radar for the longest time, being, I don't want to say held back, but definitely been worked on in MV as one of the mainstays. The fact that he was able to get picked up by a team like SRG, and we've heard everybody who has touched SRG in some shape or form. What's his name? Gold laner, God Gold laner, Moskov player, used to be in Todak. I see the face, I can't remember the name, it's not coming to me right now, was in C Games, they got...
Lolil?
Yes, Lolios. Lolios in particular went into the SEA Games with Coach Arcadia and as well as Ozora Becky and is opinions completely change on what makes this team great.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I actually have some thoughts about Uni's addition to SRG. On one hand, I think it is a great step for him because like you mentioned, this is a team that will train you, that will teach you, that will provide experiences that no other organization has been able to in Malaysia thus far, and that's how SRG has moved this far. But on the other hand, you do deprive the public of the opportunity to see Skies and Uni on opposing sides of the stage. Like Error has already pointed out, these are probably the best junglers we have, and now they're on the same team.
They've monopolized them. And I think that it's a good and bad thing for a couple of reasons, right? A good thing is the fact that, you know, both junglers are going to refine themselves, each just rubbing against each other and getting sharper and sharper every day. Big problem, we're not going to see as many epic moments, right? How many moments do we see from Uni and as well as Sakai as they now have to share the spotlight as we start making our way into the draft?
All right, the countdown is officially on the screen to our very first game and our very first draft of MPL Malaysia Season 17. A brand new partnership league heralds a new era, and the curtains draw to see what kind of weapons will be brought in to the broken walls.
Once again, we want to greet hello and welcome to everybody from across the world tuning in to the first day of MPL MY Season 17, especially those of you who are enjoying Holy Week in the Philippines. Thank you for tuning in to our content. Now, Freya immediately banned out by Valdo. Understandable when you're on that red side, but I want to see potential solutions, right? A couple of things that I've noticed across other MPLs. Marcel, kind of a give and take. Some teams don't want to pick him up. Other teams actually want him really, really bad. The gold lane issue of Freya, still very prevalent, but no real answers have come out of it. It's just banded out, and then we go into carry claw, maybe into like if I'm lucky enough, maybe a Harith if my team allows it.
I do think it does depend on the team a little bit. Sometimes people are willing to play Freya. Sometimes certain teams just don't really want to lean into it anymore, especially since marksmen have regained some of that ability to actually face off in the gold lane. We do, of course, see some new faces, Marcel being one of them, banned out by Vamos, but also the Valentina, a hero that was notoriously unpopular for a very long time, only being picked up as a counter to Sora.
Yep, and I think that's still going to be the case. They're setting up for a Sora first pick here, and Vamos now have to answer that question. Do we give up? We've already banned out Freya. We can't give them absolutely everything. If we ban out Sora here, that opens up multiple big picks for SRG, but then again, they are on that blue side. So instead, they're going to lean into the Kalia ban, and now they're going to force Arrow 404 to play something a little bit more, less reliable, as some may call it.
Perhaps. I think SRG is still sticking to the same old style, though we do see the Fanny respected right off the bat. This is Uni. This is one of his signatures. Let's not let him take all the spotlight, shall we?
Yeah, kind of interesting. Do they have more faith that Arrow 4 or 4 could potentially not out-jungle his opponent? Or are they inconfident that Zekif can actually catch a potential Fanny later down the line? I don't know. Valdo, knowing his particular history, he does a lot of research, but at the same time, he once again needs to make his players feel good. In comparison to SRG, whereas here are your weapons, figure it out.
SRG already knows what they're capable of. They have years of experience playing together, and we've already pointed out, Vamos has some new blood on their side. It's not going to be the Sora first pick, though. The Zusin was left open, and we already saw this in M7. Anytime this hero is left out of the bans, SRG will snatch it up.
Yep, I mean, so nasty till we don't need to show the hero up on stage, okay? We already know what it's capable of. But now Vamos on the opposite side, I feel like SRG are setting up one of two things. One, they want to make the mid-trio strong if they're going for Jushin as their very first pick. Secondly, if they are banning out things like, oh, yeah, the Kalia randomly, they could set up for a Sora later down the line, unless we see them pick it up right now. I think that SRG might have a counter pick to the Sora, might not have a counter pick, I'm not 100% sure, but that's the dice game that they're playing.
Yeah, they're trying to force it. They're basically making it so that Vamos has to take it, but looks like that's not going to be the case. The Khalid shows up along with the Phoveus, a hero that was recently buffed and I think benefited quite heavily from it. Phoveus was a very position in the EXP lane for a long time, but nowadays is actually one of the prime picks.
Okay, pretty good overall. I like where Coach Valdo's head is at right now. I don't want to pick up the Sora straight away. I know what some of the comfort picks from Cram is going to look like. Picking up the Phoveus is really interesting, right? It doesn't exactly do the greatest against Sora in particular, but he optimizes the entire composition to say, hey, if I'm in front and I can slow them down, maybe you guys can do something else. And that's why they go for the Khalid almost immediately after. Now, this also does deter SRG from actually going for an assassin, but we'll see in just a little bit here because their next two picks looking to be Sora alongside with Guinevere. So they don't want a traditional assassin.
I'm kind of surprised though that Vamos did let the Sora through. You already know that SRG wants it for Innocent. And then it was wide open for you. There's no longer a counter. There's definitely a chance Vamos could have stolen it away. But now that, along with the Guinevere, is going to go over to SRG's hands. And this is a very flexible hero for them as well. We know that Yums can play it in their own position. We haven't really seen a lot of it from Uni in jungle, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game is going to lean towards the EXP side of things, right? Just look at the way that they're like drafting themselves. They're making sure that, hey, we know that EXP is going to be weak side. But if we give them just a little bit of help, we can actually win out level 4 by the very first turtle. And that's what I think Vamos wants to do. A lot of control around these turtle fights when now that they also have access to the RRM. Not to mention that with this Khalid, you don't necessarily have to continuously sit in that mid lane. Yes, it's helpful to move the mid lane together, but if you can beef up, whether it's your gold lane, whether it's your EXP, ideally in this game, I think it might be the EXP being the focus.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think so as well. I think in the recent meta, we've already seen a little bit more of a prevalence of the aggressive mid duo, where you pair a highly aggro roamer like Hilda and Khalid, along with a good mid lane trader like the Eve. Because after all the magic item buffs, nowadays mages can become a lot more active, a lot earlier than before, and it allows you to invade jungle, allows you to take control of the map quite early on. So if SRG wants to deal with this, then one way of doing so is by cutting off the EXP lane to make their turtle trades a little easier.
So that begs the question, right? With the next set of bans, I mean, you know, potential counter picks, and also getting rid of the glue is really, really good here. It makes Khalid's life alongside with Phoveus's life just a little bit easier when it comes down to the laning phase. However, it will get a little scary later on into the game, especially for people like Eve who are naturally immobile. Overall, we do see the COD finally banned at the end. I really thought we would have seen at least one of the gold laners show up pretty early on into this matchup, but again, very different directions.
We already know that both Vamos and SRG have a tendency of going into the later stages, so I can see how they might want to keep their gold laner secret until later on. Though we already know there's a high chance of Sora being gold lane, I don't think that's really fallen off the meta. Still one of the best heroes in the game currently. And Vamos getting rid of the Claude means that they have a different idea. Do they have the sauce to counter Innocent's signature?
They can, if they want to. But the real question is, who's going to be the jungle at that point? Does that mean that Yums has to play the Guinevere? I think this is all leading on the Yi Shin, right? If it is a double fighter, we need to see a Yi Shin, something that scales in the jungle. If not, we're expecting traditional jungle styles.
The Shin gold lane has been popping up a lot in the other MPLs. Could be an option, but does it fall under the playstyle of Natko? He was one of the gold laners that adjusted fairly well to the fighter gold lane, so there's a chance of him pulling out something like the CC or the Esme if necessary, though those aren't the best answers right now. They're gonna go ahead and lock in the Leomord first.
Man, what a really beefy lineup from the side of Vamos. It is the perfect balance of, even if we fall behind, we're actually not that far. Our abilities and base damages are good enough. If we're ahead, it will feel like they are leagues ahead, where you are just suffocating for oxygen. And now SRG, they need to give us some direction. Which is strong side, which is weak side?
And is this going to be a roam or a jungle Guinevere? Now we get the answer to that. Tank junglers have been increasing in popularity again as a way of stopping early game snowballs. Could be good against the Leomord, but looks like that is not the case. We got the Granger and the Cho, which means that this is going to be Cram's Sora instead.
Beautiful stuff coming in from SRG. Their composition is unique. Well, I wouldn't say unique in a sense of like, oh, it's never been played before. It's unique because it's particularly good against Error 404. So many ways to actually disrupt combinations, but more importantly, two major ways to actually knock him away from the Phantom Steed. If he loses that Phantom Steed, it's kind of over for that team fight.
Yeah, this is a nearly impossible team comp for the the Leomord to fight actually. Almost every hero has some form of crowd control, some form of escape. You want to run in, you want to start whacking at people with that lance. But SRG has so much mobility built in, and their heroes don't need to be particularly close together to function either. It is a very Red Giant lineup.
I agree. The team fights are going to be determined by Claw-kun. The laning phase is going to be determined by the individual skill of Natko and Xeno, who luckily Natko was able to get access to his Killua, to his Harith. But Zkeef, he is the big game changer here. If he can affect the laning phase, I think things could smoothen out very easily for Vamos. But if SRG plays at peak performance, that first blood basically seals the game.
It's gonna be a test of his mettle for sure. Zkeef is a roamer we've had our eye on ever since his days with Aero Esports, acknowledged by Zorn himself and now taken under his tutelage. His first time under the banner of Team Vamos against the Titan of MPL Malaysia.
It's going to be a very exciting bout here between SRG and Team Vamos as we make our way into the land of Dawn. Thank you to everyone tuning in today to watch our inaugural game of Season 17 and let the games kick off.
I'm hoping everyone at home has some popcorn because this is going to be a show, the very beginning, to set the stage and the tempo for the rest of this much longer season of MPL Malaysia. We got SRG on the blue side versus Vamos on the red, and already Zkeef doing some good poke damage to Stormy.
Now, the mid lane is going to be by far the most important contestation ground for both Vamos and as well as SRG. But with broken walls, at the very least, we know that as long as somebody gets first blood, they get a small lead, things are going to get crazy. Now, if you look on your screen right now with the players' performances, you can tell that they have a heart rate monitor. Dude, Arrow 404 is nervous. He's at 138 beats per minute.
This is new. I didn't know we had something like this. For a moment, I thought it was HP count. And I was like, no, that seems a little bit low, even at the start of the game. But that is a very interesting piece of information. Yumes keeping an eye on Error.
Now they're going to go for the very first invade, which honestly doesn't seem that great for SRG, knowing that Zkeef has high base damages. But the same can be said about Yumes. And his performance on the show is going to determine whether or not they find these leads or not. As right now, Cram, he has got the performance that we're looking for. Oh, they should be okay here as they walk away. Just quick trades. And it should be good enough.
Both roamers going to recall there, but we can already see a sign from that fight. The fact that Cram was able to join the invasion so easily indicates that he is winning lane. Oh, they found one! The Violet Requiem goes in on Zkeef. Uni secures first blood. He's in danger. Oh! He gets pushed back with the Phantom Steed, and Error 404 finds his quarry.
Really nicely done by Arrow. He was about to get max stacks on those butterflies. He quickly had to push out of the Jushin's range to ensure that he could try and secure this kill, not giving any opportunity over for Uni to find the trade back. Now they're looking for a next engage.
Cram goes in, goes for the Thunder Form instead. He's looking for Error 404, finds the kill. Here comes the Shifting Skies, flickers backwards to make sure he doesn't go down.
Beautiful early game coming out from SRG, taking these small leads and priority. It's now they— oh!
Xeno flickers in, gets the knockdown, doesn't quite get target. Uni secures the turtle, and now Stormy pops the ultimate. Violet Requiem gets the lockdown on the Phobius, and Real World Maleficent is slightly out of position, but they find Uni. Xeno gonna stop his engagement, but Stormy not gonna let him escape. Feeds the kill into Cram.
Why would you go for Stormy there? Why was Stormy the priority? Shouldn't it be Guinevere at that point? You go Guinevere because you know that Claw-kun was going to eventually walk up and Real World Manipulation, right? Maybe jump the gun a little bit. Right now, keep our eyes on the heart rate monitor because Stormy, he's at 156. Currently the highest BPM next to Arrow 404 at 141.
Oh, it looked like Cram just beat him actually. So Cram is feeling the heat of the moment. He has been the primary initiator thus far. And we can already see SRG adopting a much more aggressive style with Uni in their ranks.
Dude, he's 157, walking and fighting nothing. He's just nervous walking.
Well, you know, when you're walking in the jungle...
What do you mean? The jungler is already on his orange. What are you scared of? He's at 161. Dude, this guy's got to breathe.
You know, he turns into lightning, idiot. Yeah, that kind of pumps up the heart rate a little bit.
Just straight up CPR. Constantly in the motion of CPR to keep his heart pumping.
He's literally a living defibrillator.
He's got an iron lung somewhere. But in terms of how calm teams are, feels like Vamos is just a little bit calmer, right? Stormy coming back to normal levels, but then we start looking at the gold differences, and it's very, very minute. A majority actually leaning into Cram, which is probably why he's feeling nervous. He knows that if I don't do something with this lead, it's going to be a waste of everybody's time.
This is also a pretty common position for Cram to be in. He knows how to win his lanes. He knows how to affect the map. The fact that he's been able to join so many fights compared to Zeno is what has created this space for SRG, and they're already setting up for the next turtle.
A really quick look at the items behind me, and I see straight away, SRG, they want to play for the snowball. Innocent already with a Fury Hammer on top of having the Sky Piercer. Cram, first item, he's looking for War Axe. He's not looking to build as a tank.
See SRG playing this very slowly. They get the lift up into the Violet Requiem. Great combo. RWM comes in, but Turtle gets secured away by Error 404. We see the Torrent form come out, but Cram doesn't really catch anyone. And now Vamos are the ones in the driver's seat. They're chasing them down. Zeno gets 2-man knockup. Cram goes down. Forces the ultimate out. Another knockup comes in. But they get the lift. Stormy throws them back into the tower. Innocent racks up some Sky Piercer stacks. And now Zeno is way out of position. Double kill for the Half Man, Half Beast.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, a pretty interesting fight broken out there. Luckily for SRG, they are not taking that much damage. 3-for-1 trade, so worth it for SRG. But let's look at the instant replay, because I think the mistake only starts to show itself later on. The first person they decide to hit is actually Zkif here, allowing Error 404 to get a free retribution, on top of the fact that he has Raw Burst a level ahead of his opponent. But the mistake happens right here after the first dive underneath the turret. Wait for it. And the next jump, right there. Zeno, he should not have to go further than this. He just needs to block the shots from Innocent. Don't let him get the Sky Piercer stacks. Just walk away and just focus on scaling.
Team Vamos definitely overheated a little bit there, and that is a pretty common issue for this squad, even though you've got quite a few new faces in their roster. It started out good. SRG didn't actually initiate the way they wanted. Uni got caught out too soon, lost the turtle trade because he had to back off, and Cram didn't really get the catch either. But Team Vamos just went too far.
Look at that. Look at Yums just making sure that it's difficult to even close the distance. His presence alone is going to be enough. Zekri, first item, he decides to build Thunderbelt. So he's looking to try and just face up against Yums constantly, getting and farming those stacks. But Cram has won his lane convincingly, allowing him to have full control over the turtle area for the next 2 minutes.
And I think that's where a lot of the advantage is coming from. The fact that the Sora won lane so hard. Zeno has been getting good catches, honestly. But Uni goes in, Violet Requiem on 2! Phantom Steed comes out, but takes Error 404 away! He's not part of the fight, so Uni gets a free double kill.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Plays like that, value plays coming in from your initiators is all you need, especially when you catch 2. Yums, he just needs to make sure the follow-up is just not good enough. And Error 404, he's feeling it. At 123 BPM, even Clawquinn at 105, they're recognizing that SRG is applying a lot of pressure, making the blood just a little thicker.
The experience and chemistry of the Giants showing itself. Torrent form finds Zeno, he's way out of position. RWM comes in, forces the flicker from Cram. Uni in trouble, but the kick comes through onto the horse. Error 404 still okay for now. Zkeep doing a good job of tanking damage in front with the Trick Card. Notco comes in from the flank looking for Stormy, but Innocent picks up the double kill. And now they are gonna both walk away.
Such a winnable fight there for Team Vamos, but at the very least, SRG decided to cut ties now. Cut their losses, don't bleed any further. Now Team Vamos, Zeno, I'm so surprised he survived there. Literally at 1 HP, I thought it was a mistake trying to defend that mid-tier 1, but because of his efforts, he did lose out on his flicker, does fall behind in goal, but saves mid-tier 1, which allows Clawquinn that breathing room. Topside ends up losing a turret anyway, but it's about positional power.
I'd say that Team Vamos has been doing an actually okay job of dealing with SRG within the team fights itself, but I'm worried about the long-term effects here. Innocent is racking up Sky Piercer stacks, and now Yum goes for the kick on Zkeep once again. Raging Sandstorm is weird, and now it's a free 2-man Violet Requiem! Unstoppable! Double kill for Innocent! He flickers backwards, Zeno trying to chase him down, but now he's surrounded by every single member of the Giants! It's a triple for Innocent!
Wee-woo! Wee-woo! Mistakes are made, mistakes have been made. Zkeep, no! He could have just used the ult to like bail out of there. He thought Yums didn't have the Shun Po, but he got the reset after the 3rd hit, so how did he not know? They still lose mid-tier 1. All the positional power and the sacrifices from Zeno happening for the first, at least from 6 minutes onwards, all down the drain now.
The literal thing I said before that fight started is,
oh my god,
getting worse.
Oh my god, I just realized that our UI also tells us the physical defense and magical defense.
Wow.
That's actually insane.
That's really interesting. Those are good stats to have.
Wait, is that base damage or additional? You know what? I'll ask about it later. But the numbers are very, very useful here because now at least we can kind of keep up with the stacks of ZK because as long as we see that number, that P defense or M defense go up, we know it's him.
The important thing to note though is that Innocent probably has like what, 5 or 6 Sky Piercer stacks by now, and I don't think he's died yet. So this man is a problem.
I think it's more than that. He's 7-1, by the way.
Thunder Form used defensively. They're trying to execute Cram, but here comes the knockup in the backline. Yume's buying time. Violet Requiem onto Zeno. Once again, Phovius has to flicker away. Yume's in trouble as well. Zaman Force used to chase him down, but Zkeev now going to be the next target of the mid lane. Stormy all forward. Raging Sandstorm whiffs. Legendary for Innocent.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie. Innocent, he played it well, but I think Zkeev, he did everything he possibly could to try and land that. He even did the delay tech as well. Goodness gracious. Now, Error, just keep in mind that he's pretty strong, and honestly, he could steal this again.
He wants to go for it while he still has RBL. He takes it! Error 404 secures the Lord! And now they're going in! Shifting Skies use Cram on 1 HP. He just barely backs it out. And SRG will retreat.
Dang. I don't know. Is Arrow 404 getting better, or is Chibi releasing his secret text on how to steal away objectives like he did in Season 8? Dear God. How is he getting away with this, honestly? And really, it begs the question, right? Now that we've already moved from Turtle stages to Lord stages, if we're losing Lords at this stage for the side of SRG, are they so purely indoctrinated to just say, you know what? As long as Innocent is max stack, we're going to win this game. Guys, trust.
I honestly would not be surprised. Because we have seen this so many times.
Hey, look, he's on Granger this time round, all right? And no Roger nonsense, no Moskov nonsense. How could he possibly outplay 5 guys?
Well, looks like right now Cram is the one taking damage. Raging Sandstorm connects this time. The Sora is in trouble and he goes down. Killing spree for the Leomord. Violet Requiem comes in on top of the Eve and they will execute Clockhood. Killing spree. But Uni now in a really weird spot. He's gonna try and dash away to buy as much time as possible with Natko chasing him down. Will he be able to find him?
I thought it was weird initially, but then you start looking at the other sides. All the waves have been managed, and now they're on top of Zkeev.
And that's the way of the dragon, feeding the kill. The legendary streak going into the hands of Innocent. Phantom Streak comes out. Error 4-4 will be able to run away. Uni! He turned around the fight. It's a mega kill. He takes out Natko. Innocent with the double. 4 members of Vamos have been executed.
And I'm looking at Natko, and it's like, oh, I just died. I died to a level 13 Guinevere, who was already put to 1 HP, who, let me quickly check the items, currently running, oh, that's why. Concentrated energy alongside with the Queen's Wings, making sure that the outplayability was possible.
Error 404, you do not want to be here, and now he realizes this is the worst position he could be, and he's trying to trade for Innocent, but he cannot. It's a shutdown, and the legendary streak continues.
All the lives lost just trying to protect these tier 1s. Now without them, you see that SRG is fully online. Individual players of their own with Yumes alongside with Uni, able to kind of do whatever they want. Cram just needs to be positioned in between them to find those right moments. But look at the damage taken, right? Arrow 404 is only 2nd in terms of damage dealt, because Innocent is already putting so much, but I'm surprised that Uni is actually higher than Cram in these fights.
And Guinevere has been popping up a lot in rank these days. I imagine anyone who's been playing knows that this hero is surprisingly strong, especially with all the buffs to the magic items benefiting her ability to brawl in the earlier stages. And Uni is definitely capable as well, so I'm not surprised at the statistics at all. SRG are feeling their stride.
They really are. And not to mention that this, team composition is so well designed for Guinevere. 3 ways to enable Guinevere's ult for free. And now we look at the max stacks here. He's already at 630. 630 at 12 minutes into the game, which means that it was probably like 600 like a minute ago.
11-0-1. At that point, what do you even do? You have to find Innocent, but it's so difficult.
It's not easy, and I think Arrow 404 and Zeno recognize that they have to be the ones who take him out, but he hasn't used this flicker in a lot of situations. There's no real way to force it out of him. Even if you do get Zkeev to engage, he needs to have flicker, and he needs to catch him.
Well, Lord gonna be focused down very quickly. SRG gonna take it out before Vamos even shows up. Zeno just gonna be toyed with by Stormy as well. Vamos gonna need to play the defense game.
Yeah, it's a little late, but looking at the raw burst damage, we see the major damage dealers for the side of Vamos at the bare minimum. One is, it's majority magic other than Arrow 404, right? Zeno doesn't do enough damage. He's building full tank as well. And TQRS on top of the Radiant armor as they're about to lose their tier 2.
They're taking so much poke damage already. Zeno has to try and re-engage, but he gets pulled forward once again. He has to just barely back it off. Salmon Force is good though, splits the fight so that Team Vamos isn't forced.
I don't know, why won't Zkeep just like ult? Trade ults, right? Trade ults, get flickers, something. Something at the very least, because right now they're not really delaying the Lord. It feels like the inevitable is about to happen as the second wave is about to collapse.
Well, here comes the conceal. RWM used defensively, which is good, but that means they won't have it for much longer, and SRG is just waiting out the timer. The Lord takes down the tower, the half HP. Zkeep nearly melts, but he's okay for now. And Team Vamos have done a good job of splitting up their resources.
Hey, Cram, don't get greedy here, Cram. That was a moment for you to actually follow up on the pickup from Zkeep, but now they want a little bit more. They want to dive.
Oh, here comes the Violent Requiem. I'm actually not going to commit it just far. As Uni going to be the first one exploded. Vamo's going to go for the counter attack. They've caught Crab. He's on 1 HP. And Glockon will be his end. SRG going to back it off. Innocent slowly whittling them down from afar. He's looking for more stacks, though he's already maxed out. But Team Vamos will successfully defend.
Beautiful cancel. Immediately punishing both Union as well as Cram, who had the same idea. Luckily, Nako still had Purify to get out of there. Worst comes to worst. We look at the items one more time. No idea how many stacks currently for Zkeep, but everybody else is coming to that full build. Rather surprising that we're seeing that Arrow 404 opting to go for the Rose Gold Meteor here. Is that necessary? Would he prefer to actually get the Brute Force Breastplate? I feel that might be a little bit better in this scenario.
I mean, I can kind of understand where he's coming from here. The Brute Force would be helpful, but the Rose Gold Meteor offers a little bit of additional attack and allows you to dive in with that shield as well. So you could argue either way. I think Rose Gold is more of a get out of jail free card.
I think the answer to that is that he wants a Rose Gold because it's more bursty for the side of SRG. Because even if he does take Brute Force Breastplate, there's just so many lines of CC that even if you get a discount from all of them, it'll total up to about a total of 0.8 seconds, which is basically good to nothing when there's so much already.
Yeah, now that we are 16 minutes into the game, Team Vamos have been able to regain a bit of a foothold. They're still looking at a 5k gold deficit, but it's definitely a better situation than what we saw before. Next Lord coming up in about 10 seconds, and SRG is still in control of the map.
Yeah, honestly, SRG struggling to find like that opening. Team Vamos making sure that even in the worst possible scenarios, they're not that far away in terms of the goal lead. Conceal though.
Yeah, Vamos wants to dive in. Raging Sandstorm will miss, but they will force SRG back. Now Uni goes back in with the Winter Crown, gets the Violent Requiem. RWM catches Innocent, forces him backwards. Zkeep looking for him, has the flicker backwards. Team Vamos has split up their fight. They're forcing SRG into a funnel, but most of their HP is now low. Yumes looking for it. 3-man, Zeke couldn't do knock up. He gets knocked back. Zeno buying time once again. Yumes will be the first to go down. And now SRG not in a very good spot. Graham gonna be taken out of the fight. It's a double kill for Glockon. Here comes the horse. Another Violent Requiem gonna be used, but Uni has to back it off. Innocent picks up the legendary, but they've lost their jungler as well. Team Vamos is striking back.
Beautiful play from Natco. Really great positioning overall. Didn't lose out on his Purify, and they still managed to get the base defense at the very end. Now they're gonna get one more in Stormy.
Yeah, why are you here, sir? He will be able to get out with that Crimson Lantern. But Team Vamos has taken control. This should be a free Lord.
They gotta speed this up though. They don't have a lot of time to keep on working on this, but luckily they've hurt at least SRG enough to keep him away. Good thing that Zkeep is there to block the shots. Really good stuff. Zkeep, he's matured a lot. He is making sure that his vision is wide. He's not tunnel visioning as hard as he used to.
And this is exactly what Team Vamos has needed. The opportunity to turn things around. And now it is only a 2k net worth difference. Basically nothing at this stage of the game. Lord's gonna be pushing in, and SRG doesn't actually have all that many towers to work with, especially in that top lane.
Very true. And so far, with the amount of like raw peel we are seeing from Vamos, with the amount of catches we've seen from SRG, this is really a battle of mechanics, right? Because the longer the fights go, it's very volatile. It will swing between Team Vamos and SRG depending on whether their ults actually connect. But Zeke, he spots out everybody, allowing the rest of Team Vamos to actually take more position on the mid lane.
And this is very, very good right now from Zeke. We can see he's taking a slower method than what we've seen Zorn in the past.
Oh, beautiful.
Potentially what Vamos needed.
Yep. And because Zeke opened up that side of the map, it allows Vamos to be more confident in taking away these turrets. What are you going to do, SRG? Try me. We know what side of the map is safe to fall back to.
Only inhibitors left standing for the Red Giants. This could be a huge upset in the first game of the season. Vamos looking for it. Lord collides in. Here comes the Phantom Steed. SRG looking for a chance to re-engage, but the tower is the first one down. Team Vamos taking it slow, taking it disciplined. They will accept that and walk away.
Honestly, not that bad. It feels like it was Vamos' game to lose if they wanted to press the matter even further, but they know that Cram still has his ult, still has the cloud form, still could flicker forward. That's just too much risk. You have to wait. RWM.
Once again, RWM gonna use. Cram has to use Tornform defensively, and Zeno is eating a lot of damage. Perfectly fine. He's gonna engage. He got the two-man knockup. They're in the base. They're looking for it. Stormy has to use his ultimate. Zeno is a bit deep now, though. He's probably gonna be sacrificed, but he will buy some time with the Winter Crown before he meets his end. One more stack. Doesn't really matter at this point. Yums, though, looking for Natko. Being Vamos, keeping good distance.
Yep. And you just know the experience on Yums. He didn't want to go for a crazy play. Even if he did add kick, he probably wouldn't have to use it there. And then there are other times to utilize it. But man, SRG, so far, despite winning a majority of their trades, majority of their fights, despite being very literally 9 kills ahead of their opponent, Team Vamos is taking the lead back structure-wise.
This is a highly unexpected situation, and I'm surprised that SRG didn't try to commit for a bigger fight there.
That's what I thought too.
With how grouped up Vamos was,
yep.
You have a Sora, you have a Guinevere. They were surprisingly passive.
Why are we not escalating the scenario? That's what I think, personally. I think that if SRG, even if you are losing away the Lord, if you're taking out 4 members from the side of Vamos, that's basically as good as nothing, right? You're still able to manage a majority of those waves.
Well, Team Vamos looking a lot more confident in their team fights now, and Clawkun is definitely scaled up to the point where he is a genuine threat. This RWM not allowing SRG to engage even when they have a Guinevere to counter it.
Yep, the heartbeats are telling us the entire story here. At least for Zeno, he's kind of found his position. He's found that rhythm, found that groove. Zekif and Arrow 44 has been a little jumpy on the fly, but Zekif, he's been managing to keep it under 100. Clawkun, Natko, they are so chill. They are ridiculously chill. It's not even funny.
It's actually surprising how much more chill the heartbeats are now compared to the start of the game.
I know.
Start of season jitters, I guess.
Possibly, because even when we're looking on the opposite side, like Cram, he's been at 100 BPM for a decently long time. Either he's got like an impressive heart, or he might actually have some issues. Either way, he needs to calm down.
Well, hopefully they find that calmness, because Vamos has control of the Lord. Error's on it right now, still holding on to his ultimate. Zeno buying time. Cram comes in from behind. Violet Requiem used on one, but the RLM comes out, and the Lord is dropping low. Who's gonna secure it? Error 404 takes it for Vamos! They've lost Zeno, though. The Legendary continues. Innocent still a big threat, and Story pulls back Zekif into the Jeet Kune Do. Double kill! SRG has found their chance! They're breaking through the defenses! It's a shutdown! Zekif gonna be taken out next. Triple kill for Innocent, and that means Error 404 is the only one left.
And finally, SRG decides to convince themselves, you know what? We got the answer to the puzzle right now. They may have lost the Lord, but that doesn't really matter to them. They've taken out 4 members, and now with the Violet Requiem, going to get a 5th as they close out Game 1.
They found it. Even with their best efforts, Team Vamos were not able to take down the Giants. It was a valiant effort and a respectable performance, but SRG's experience triumphs once again. In this meta, all it takes is that one big win in the late game.
Yeah, scary time to be alive here. But honestly, Vamos put one hell of a fight. I think if the early game went a little bit better, they might have been able to start this pickup faster in the mid game. But for now, at least we know there is some clear preparation from both sides on how they want to play the game, and they're not deviating from that path.
I will say this did not go the way I expected it, especially after this first couple minutes. I thought it was going to be an easy stomp for SRG, but it shows that the new blood in Vamos has something to bring to the table.
Something on the table, but also a different angle. And I think right now, not bad. I am seeing the individual improvement from not only just Natko. Unfortunately, he did get caught at the very end there, but he carried like a majority of the fights until he got to that point. Zekif alongside of Arrow 404. Arrow 404, I haven't seen that one moment, but his steals are still sharp. That's what we know for a fact. Zekif definitely improved from the last time we've seen him last year.
I think there's a lot of good things to point out. They just need to polish that up a little bit. And Team Vamos is looking surprisingly promising. I think it's a good start. A really good start to the brand new season.
It really is. It really is. And it can only get better if it goes into the full best of 3. Because really, we want to see the full length and breadth of what these teams are capable of. And honestly, I know last year it was all about like, let's get this over with 2-0 and we move on. But coming this year, I'm not 100% sure where these teams are at least for the first 2 weeks. I don't mind if it goes all 3 games. After those first 2 weeks and we start getting into the second round robin, that's when I'm expecting like, you guys better, pull it together.
We definitely could use a little bit more information, which means more games is gonna help us out quite a bit to figure out what makes these teams tick. But to do that, it would imply that Vamos will need to take a game off of SRG. They were close, but can they really cross that finish line?
I think what really sets SRG apart at the very end there is whether or not they want to initiate the puzzle-solving problem. And I think that a lot of teams just don't have that at this point of time. Let's look at our MVP of this game. Give it up for the man who just refuses to go down. He just, I've seen him with more Skypiercer stacks than him actually playing the game sometimes.
Pretty much, yeah. If Skypiercer had a higher stack counter, he would have broken it there because I don't think he died once this game. We can have a quick look. Yep.
Bulletproof, as they call it.
16-0.
Yeah, I'm a steal it for MPL PH. Big shouts out to all the boys over there and all the fans watching on over because they should be proud of what Innocent is able to achieve here in MY. And honestly, looking to push it even further. 69% on the kill participation, very nice, but making sure. What do you think is like gold stat GPM is going to be at the end of the season? I think it will still be above 800. The question is it above 850 or are we talking just like 820 and above?
I think it will probably be low 800s. It's hard
low 800s?
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to keep it for 8 weeks, man.
Okay, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. And also the double round robin. Also didn't think about that one. Okay, we'll see. Maybe a patch update will speed up the game. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Let's look at the item builds first, because I think there's a lot of interesting things that we need to talk about. Number one, when we talk about Xeno, he went for the ultra-safe tank Phoveus build. He did not want to fight too hard. He wanted to sandbag during the mid-game. He gave up a huge portion of his early game just to make sure that Cram couldn't move out as often. Well, up to level 4, of course. Prior to that, Cram can do whatever he wants.
I think that Xeno's early game, if it had gone a little bit better, Famos may have had a better foundation to play off of here.
Maybe?
Because he died so often that he had to go full tank. It's possible that this was always the plan, since they already have Nako, Clawhood, and Error. But even having one Thunderbelt would have actually made a big difference with how long he was surviving those later stages.
I don't know about that. Because here's the thing, there's a good and bad about the Thunderbelt. Like on people like Khalid where you can actively get it, yeah, sure. But then when you're losing out to clearing the wave because you're building full tank and Cram isn't, and he's taking Concussive Blast, I would assume, I don't think there's much of a comparison. Like, no matter what, Cram will leave the lane first.
What I'm saying is, if the laning phase had gone a little better, he could have gone Thunderbelt, and it would have been better. In this situation, obviously, you don't build Thunderbelt.
I don't think it would have helped him, honestly. I really don't. Okay, and that's mainly because of the item itself, not because of the way it was played. It's just the situation that he was put in, right? Because a number of them, especially now, as much as Thunderbelt feels like a great item, Malefic Roar is also a huge problem because of it. Oh, I infinitely scale? Now I have an infinitely scaling Malefic Roar.
I mean, yes, but I guess we can agree to disagree here. I do feel like it would have helped, especially in some of those later stages where Xeno was basically the only person who could threaten Innocent. A couple of Thunderbelt procs may have actually gotten him close to dying.
Maybe. It's really tough because I think if there was anybody I wanted to catch Innocent, it would probably be between Zekif and arguably, I want to say Error 404, but then again, he got attacked so often, so it has to be Clawhood by default.
It cannot be Error 404. We already said, this lineup from SRG, you are not touching their backline at all. I have to give props to Error 404. He did not get caught that often because he was allowing Zekif and Xeno to frontline and coming in at the right timing, but it also means that his damage is a lot more conditional.
Absolutely. Yeah, because again, like, everybody on the side from Vamos, except with the only exceptions of Zekif and as well as Arrow 404, kind of want to be bundled up and fight in one spot at one time. Zekif and, as well as Arrow 404, they can fight anywhere. They can fight anywhere. So being a diversion was a great idea. But I also hope that we do get a bit of a mic check from SRG, because we've heard that Uni has been quite the shot caller. And now, does that mean there's conflicting shot calls? What's going on there? Why did the game go as long as it did?
Yeah, that is a good question. I will say, during the game itself, whenever the camera was on Uni, I did see him talking quite a good bit.
Right?
So we know that he's a shot caller, and we're seeing how he's capable of doing so here. But how does that mesh with the rest of SRG? Is it a cause of the situation? Or is it because Vamos has improved? Either way, we of course have Innocent as the rich guy, as the carry, Zeno as Sandbag, and Stormy. You just can't give this guy Zeus.
Oh, dude, everything made sense until I saw Sandbag in the carry icons. they just took the Lord in the regular tank emblem and added something to it. That's so funny. Oh well, I do like the rich guy logo. That one's very nice. Very nice production.
Very sleek.
And the best wingman, also very nice. They don't exist anymore, but very nice. Either way, SRG still very clearly lead here. I just don't know what their idea was, right? We all knew what it needed to look like at the very end, but what took so long to get to that point, right? And when I look at the items builds, and it doesn't really give me that much as well, because number one, we know that SRG wanted to kind of drag the game out and really funnel everything into Innocent. How do we know that? Brute Force Breastplate, Radiant Armor, second and third item on Stormy? Why not go straight into Clock of Destinies at that point? You know what I'm saying?
I think you don't even need to look at other players. Just the fact that Innocent went Skypiercer first item is already an indication.
I mean, if you're not going Skypiercer on the Granger, like, why play the Granger, right?
Yeah, but sometimes you might go for Skypiercer second item, just to play it a bit more safe.
I mean... Okay, I would do that if I gave First Blood. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna be that guy this time.
That's fair enough. But everyone else is basically going for semi-bruiser style, and that allows SRG to be very distributed in these team fights, which is something they're used to, whereas Vamos is kind of locked into a front to back. I kind of wish they tried to do something different, because if they could get to Innocent before Yumes or Stormy can respawn, there could be a chance to blow him up.
I suppose, I don't know. There's like a lot of like moments where, I don't know, like some engagements didn't look very SRG, but then at the same time, who's making the calls? And like Uni still has a couple of things to get over. That one in particular, that's 100% Uni call. I don't think Stormy is gonna like, oh yeah, he's gonna gas Uni on and be like, you get him, trust me, you get him.
Probably not. But Stormy is just gonna follow up on anything anyway, especially if there's a chance for a kill. Remember where his roots come from.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Difficult game though, for both sides really. Really grinding the gears on either side. I would like to see what the adjustments from Vamos is going to be. Because it can't just be, oh, we gotta fix the entire early game. I feel like their draft was pre-planned. They knew exactly what they wanted. The second half of the draft, I think, was their golden moment of really calling, hey, I'm gonna call your bluff. No matter where you're going, we're gonna have an answer.
I think Zeus in 100% cannot be open. International organizations have respected this pick against SRG.
I mean, same goes for Sora, but they get both.
Yeah, that as well, right? It's like, that's step one.
That's step
and
one.
then there's step two.
You're not entirely wrong.
Gotta take it step by step, get it.
I think that it's just the placement of the RWM. The timing and the placement of the RWM that made all the difference here. Because SRG, on broken walls, dear lord, there's so many different paths you can take. It's hard. It is hard to fight between a wall.
Then you have multiple dashes as well.
Exactly.
The Guinevere, the Sora, the Cho, just roaming all over the place. Innocent was not disrupted that entire game. By the time Vamos decided, okay, we need to commit more resources to the Granger, it was already a bit too late because his damage was crazy.
Too much to handle with their... If they were able to kill him maybe once or twice at different intervals, probably it would have resulted a little differently. But overall, still, I think that Vamos might actually have a chance here. They are going on to Blue's side, so different game plan?
Maybe. I mean, now you can contest the Zeusin, contest the Sora. There's other power picks as well that we haven't quite seen yet. The Grok also kind of a question mark that we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, but then again, it's the Zushin problem as well. Unless you're like really confident at like canceling out the butterfly pickup with his autos or something like that. Either way, really, really tough. Once again, we want to thank everybody for watching because this has been quite an exciting day. We've already seen two teams get very close and we haven't even completed it. With that being said, we want to thank everybody because we have hit our next PCU so early on, breaking the season 14 PCU that happened just a year ago. Wait, just a year and a half ago.
Already, man, it really feels like it's been a while. Yet somehow, not that long.
Not that long.
But yeah, we've beaten the PCU milestone. So thank you everyone for watching, for tuning in to the very first match of MPL MY Season 17. And make sure you guys don't go anywhere because there's still going to be more action coming right at your screens.
Yep, big names, big teams, and everybody wants to get their very first impression of these new cars, these new vehicles. I'm saying vehicles. I'll figure it out later. Either way, everybody's coming in with a brand new car. The question is whether the engine works 90% of the time. So far, these first two teams have shown their cars work pretty well. I don't know about the Vamos car though. I do think that their plan was like ambitious to a certain degree. And at any point, if SRG just pivoted just a little bit, that second phase could have been deadly.
I think it's because their engine was in a motorcycle instead, right? With the Liam Ward skin, right? Unfortunately, a motorcycle can be kicked. So we need to see a Johnson instead. Either way, we're gonna jump into a short break. We got an interview prepared for you guys while we set up for game 2. So we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you very much kepada caster Bahasa Malaysia and of course English. Nama saya Phil, bersama dengan saya is Skies, the Sky Prince daripada Selangor Red Giants. Now, Skies, untuk 6 season, for 6 seasons, 3 years, you main on the main stage as the main roster. Tapi kali ini boleh katakan first break yang you ada, you get to watch on the side. So, how was you punya experience watching the game daripada booth SRG?
To be honest, the feeling is kind of interesting sebab before this selalu tengok Gorgeous je. Sorry Gorgeous. Tapi tak Gorgeous je jadi cakap apa camat. And sometimes wondering juga dia punya feeling macam mana. And today I got the chance to be dia dekat dia punya kasut, dia punya shoes. So yeah, just it's so enjoyable lah dia punya feeling tu. Yep.
Enjoyable. Lagi kalau kita tengok actually tadi game a little bit close sebab ramai orang expect ya SRG akan menang very convincingly tapi nampak Vamos ada fight balik especially dapat lot dan sebagainya. But Uni step up as the jungler untuk hari ni. Jadi nak tanya you punya pendapat on dia punya performance. Lagi kita tengok pada early game a little bit too aggressive. Dia trade diri dia sendiri. Tapi as the game goes on siap ada 1v1 sama dengan Nako. So based on you punya own views, what do you think about Uni punya performance pada hari ni?
I think performance dia untuk game tadi I think is really good. Even though macam ada apa tu cakap shaky sikit, but it's normal. First match debut and also because dia top 9, saya top 10, so saya believe dia punya capable dia punya jungler, so he will carry the SRG lah.
Yeah, speaking of kita tengah berbual pasal jungler, Aero 4 tadi, even kita tengok dekat heartbeat selalu 140, 150, 160, boleh nampak that he's quite nervous and selama ni kita tahu Vamos dengan Chibi as the main jungler. Jadi, since you duduk from the sidelines, apa you punya opinion pasal Aero 4 punya performance tadi bila dia menggunakan Leomord?
I think mungkin sebab dia lawan SRG kot. So sebab tu dia punya heartbeat boleh jadi macam tengah berlari but actually tengah main game je. But I think understandable. And for dia punya himself, I think he is one of good young player. I think in the future dia ada bright future lah. Yep.
Alright, thank you very much. And we are about to start the show, start about the next game. But before we let you go, jarang dapat tanya, but is there anything that you want to say to anyone at home? You know, you punya family, friends, and all the SRG supporters.
For the SRG fans, thank you so much for supporting SRG even though I'm not playing. And yeah, keep supporting and see you around.
Alright, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Skies, the Sky Prince. Tapi sekarang kita akan pergi balik kepada the BM casters as well as the English casters. So, sambung perlawanan SRG lawan Vamos.
Thanks, LaFell. Those are the words coming in from Sakai's himself. Funny how, you know, things come into full circle. He's like, yep, brother Goja. Now I'm in his position.
This is what you feel for all those years, Gojas.
For the first time in our 3-year relationship, I understand how you feel, Gojas.
And he said it was enjoyable.
Yeah, enjoyable.
So who knows? I think it's also kind of funny to hear Sky saying, oh, Hero is a great young player.
Yeah,
when he himself is young.
What is he, 19 this year? I think?
How does that make us feel?
Dude, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. These kids were little baby boys when I was casting. God dang. Either ways, Vamos now taking first pick on the away side. More importantly, what is that first pick that they're looking for? What was the big conundrum that they had? Because it felt like the second phase was very set in stone.
One first thing is, I feel like Leomord as a hero is a little bit snowball dependent. I think Arrow 44 piloted him quite well, but because they had to pick him up later on to try and preserve the gold lane dominance, he ended up in a situation where he's countered by a lot of SRG and couldn't really operate to max potential.
Well, I wouldn't say he's a snowball hero. I would say that he's a more tempo-oriented hero, right? I think that like Fanny, very snowball-oriented hero if we're talking about snowball. Leomord doesn't necessarily do that because his base kit is highly dependent on whether I have my ultimate. So he needs the early levels first so that his ultimate is basically like 12 seconds. Off cooldown, off rip. Once I'm off of the horse, I just have to wait a couple of seconds and I can do it again.
Fair enough, fair enough. But with Vamos now on the blue side, they do have the opportunity to contest heroes like the Zeusin, like the Sora, and SRG will respect it. They ban the hero first, and it looks like we are staying on Broken Walls.
Yep, Broken Walls all over again. One more time as we get into the drafting section. We are seeing the Kalia banned out on blue side. Coach Arcada gets rid of the Zushin as expected. Sora now getting banned over. Oh, why do we do we turn the banning into a curve? Why do we do that?
Well, curves are nice to look at.
I disagree. I disagree. Trust me, you probably the color of the word banning is probably the same color as my forehead. So if I was in that picture, you wouldn't even see banning. You would just see ba, ng. Nothing in middle.
I want to be honest, I don't know how to respond to that.
Don't worry, I'm just messing around with typing. Like I can't stand. Sorry, I'm getting off topic here. I'm just bothered by it for some reason.
Well, we all have our own pet peeves here, including the Sora, surprisingly, which is banned out by Vamos on the blue side, deciding not to contest it. Heroes like the Eve worked pretty well before, could be an option early. Valentina also still open at this point, so Vamos is thinking of something.
I think Vamos is trying to figure out what an even...
Expose the same truth. 3,
what?
2, 1.
What? Okay, I think that reveals... Man, their bans are revealing more about them than they are about SRG. And I think that's the uncomfortable part. The fact that they're getting rid of the Sora means that they want to have something that can go either even in lane or look to win out in priority. Either way, does that mean that Vamos already knows that Xeno is going to play a sandbagger? The Uranus, the Esmeraldas, the Phoviuses, all of which just want to slow down their opponents.
Recently, with the buff to mage items, we've been seeing the sandbag style of EXP lanes start coming back into popularity, because before this, fighter style EXP laners were popular, like Sora, like the Lapu Lapu. Xeno is capable of playing both, but he does lean more into the sandbag style, so they could be playing for that here. And I do think he did a good job towards the mid-game previously, once he got his items.
Which is why I'm thinking that they want to kind of even out the flow of the early game to get that tempo back. I think in terms of like raw confidence, it makes sense for Vamos to lean back into Arrow 404 playing the Leomord again, but is it first pick worthy? I'm not 100% sure there, but in terms of 100% picks and bans, we've got Natko already locking in himself Valentina.
Alright, so they are going for the new flavor of the month. In case anyone is wondering, Valentina got buffed heavily in terms of her skill 1 damage, so her poke in laning is super strong now. And we've got a bit of a fun fact as well. Vamos has only taken 2 games off of SRG in their entire history.
That's cruel.
Both of which were in the S14 Grand Finals.
We didn't need that last part, okay? We could have just left it at, they've only won 2 games. End of story. We didn't need to go exactly where they got those 2 games from. Makes it really depressing.
That was when SRG was still rising up. I think that was one of the first seasons where they won as well, where they really start becoming giants in the MPL Malaysia scene. I think that was their
that was their MSC winning year.
Yeah, I think that was their 2nd champion in a row.
Oh wait, sorry, season 14. Yes,
yeah.
Yes, that is their 2nd championship, not their first MSC win. All right. Either way, looking at the previous picks and bans, what's the ultimate that they want from the side of SRG? Because whenever you're back-to-back games, just means that Uni comfortable with it, but I think also is a very flexible option for the different types of compositions that Arcadia wants to set up. Because now that we don't have a Jushin, we're leaning back to artillery mages.
Stormy does love his Farsa. He plays one of the most aggressive Farsas in the entire league, but as you can see by that big red arrow, Farsa was a hero that got nerfed recently. in terms of her early game burst damage. She's still gonna hit like a truck, but doesn't delete you quite as fast as before.
Yup, laning phase could be adjusted with the help of supports. I think in this stage,
Your team is
do they want to lock some? Oh, I was thinking about an EXP laner. I was thinking about Cram going back onto the CC, but there's just not enough to really guarantee it. Like, yes, you can punish Natco. That's like you can punish Phoveus in lane, but really it's the value of the curtain call that we can't find any so far in the first 3 picks. So Uranus, I guess, makes sense. It still could be changed, right? We've seen MPL Indonesia, even on the world stage, Uranus out of nowhere goes into the jungle, and then what do you do once he's level 12?
It's possible, but I feel like it's just not Uni's style. Plus,
I know,
Cram
right?
plays a mean Uranus.
He does.
This hero is not a sandbag in his hands unless you're literally picking up the sandbag with your hands and hitting people with it.
Which is the frustrating part about SRG, because you don't know where these flexible drafts are going to go until the very end. Let's see what Valdo's going to do. He won the second half of the draft in the second phase in the previous game. I want to see whether he has the same reads this game.
Perhaps the Hilda now going to be removed, potentially the Khalid as well, if they just want to deny any chance of invasion, since they did lock in the Suyo early. They went for Error 404's hero in the first phase this time to ensure that the jungle pool wouldn't be reduced too much, but it means that they are vulnerable to early game. It's probably why SRG went for Uranus as well, because Cram can quite easily walk into the jungle and start saying hi.
Probably could, which would mean that they would need at least the support that's able to kind of clear up that wave fast and minimize the overall damage, or something that goes toe-to-toe with the opposing EXP lane, the opposing support. Because I'm assuming that it's going to be a concussive blast heavy style composition from Vamos, especially for that mid trio, because if they don't start moving, Valentina is going to struggle.
Having a strong front line is necessary right now for Vamos, since the Valentina and Suyo want to play at a slight bit more distance. Khalid is still a possibility. There's also the safe fallbacks of Hylos and Gatot Kacha, still pretty reliable. The Harif, though, is going to get banned out by SRG, as well as the glue from Vamos.
Okay. Understandably getting rid of the glue. Understandably getting rid of the Hilda as well. The Khalid could be the pickup for the side of SRG. Unless they want to get like really wacky with it, and then they start going for like the notorious rank picks like Hellcurt Roam and stuff like that. You know, bring out the Beloy specials.
Which team?
SRG at this point.
SRG, Hellcurt. Humans can do it. That's for sure.
And what's Valentina gonna do? Steal his ult middle of the blind?
Just turn off all the lights. Why not?
Nobody sees anything. They're just running around in circles. Oh boy. All right, here we go.
Oh, that's a Liam Ward right there.
Very, very nice. So that means that it does mean that the Guinevere is going to go into the support position. I think that's totally okay. How much value does Valentina get from that ult? Because right now it's only the Feather Airstrike and the Phantom Steed that's actually worth taking.
I think you have to take Feathered Airstrike. I don't think Phantom Steed helps very much for Valentina because you don't benefit from the passive that Liam Ward has. Or do you actually?
You do actually.
You do convert, but then the build that Valentina goes for doesn't really make sense for that. So it's like probably Feathered Airstrike. And SRG probably is setting up for them to take Feathered Airstrike. That's why they went Guinevere.
Does that mean that they have something to cancel it out besides the Gwen? Because we've already seen the support in Rome at this point, right? Support Rome on top of EXP, which only leaves us with just the gold laner. And unless we see the gold laner go into like a double fighter style, which I don't think it's going to be the case, because we're now seeing Yi Shin being stolen away from SRG. Keep in mind that as much as we've seen Yi Shin show up within multiple MPLs, it's great to see specifically Innocent play it on stream. He gets so mad for no reason. It's great. It's so entertaining.
Personally, I find it very curious that last season, or it's 2 seasons ago, I think, Loleo played Yi Sun-shin Gold and was lauded for being a bad pick, and now it's a good pick.
It's now so good because of the rough adjustments to his attack speed. Oh, now you can be even faster. With more attack speed, you can cancel your autos even quicker. That's crazy. Oh, and also, the MPL carry one has been looking fine. The splash art for it, look how sharp that bad boy is. Sorry, that bad girl is.
That's a really good looking skin. I feel like I have to grab that for myself as well. But carry is going to allow a way to melt through the Gatot Kacha a little bit more easily. So SRG does have their options, but I do like the balance of both these drafts right now. There's definitely tools on either side, and we've seen that Vamos has improved enough to be able to go toe-to-toe to SRG in Game 1, but was that a fluke? And will the Red Giants figure it out?
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing diversity in these team compositions. Just like how I love seeing another diverse skin for carry. Every single time we get a new one, and you never know which color it's going to be. Either way, SRG, with the way that they need to play their composition, if they can just mitigate the early game, that will save so many problems in the future.
Definitely. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, once again, say hello to the land of dawn as we draw the curtain on game number 2. Vamos now on the blue side versus SRG on the red. For a moment, I was wondering if this was Sunshin Jungle, but no, that is Natko.
And honestly, the scary part is that Natko actually wins level 1.
Yep.
That's the worst part. Unless Innocent accidentally, you know, takes the wrong ability, doesn't take his dash, then it's a different case. If he takes the dash, it's a very different scenario.
Is going to be killing spree on both Natko and Error 404. So Team Vamos want to fight this game, and they have a comp that allows them to play for early mid, but they ideally want to get some kills under their belt.
Yeah, it would be ideal, but this mid lane struggling. I look at how much punishment Zkeef and Clawkun have to take from Stormy and Yums, and they don't mind. Stormy and Yums are like, as long as we're getting good trades against you, forcing you to recall, that's a win for us.
Yums nearly cancelled the recall. Clawkun gonna be able to back it off there, but he will also get information that Error 404 is currently on the bottom half of the jungle. So they are matching each other's pace.
And Cram, he's not even bothering to proxy the wave. He doesn't want any chance whatsoever. He wants to make sure that this is going to be a painful experience for Xeno, and he needs to know this and acknowledge it. What are you going to do, buddy? Trade against me. Try it. Punch him. And Cram doesn't care.
Yep, he's just a very shiny sandbag that is perfectly fine with all of that. And he's not going to proxy the wave until it's necessary. First turtle is going to be up. I wouldn't be surprised if he proxied the next one, but he might play it safe because he knows Error is up here. Yum's in trouble! One hit! Dumps back in!
What the
The playmaker himself!
Why does he get to do that? What the? What? How does he get away with that?
That is disgusting! Well, let's focus on what's happening here because Clawkun steals the turtle away and Uni's the first one down. They cancel the Fender Airstrike and now Stormy has to flicker out to safety. So Vamos does still kind of win the trade.
They kind of do. That was, woo, some scary stuff all across the board. And here comes Zkeef onto Innocent, forcing an early flicker out as Natko needs some help to get a quick recall.
I think that's perfectly fine right here. After winning that one, Zkeef can extend his presence in the bot lane just a bit.
Smart.
We can see that Innocent is definitely winning these trades.
Oh, that's so smart at Innocent. Not only is he wasting 2 members worth of times for their recall, he even pops his ult to give them a guarantee of, hey, you come in, I can all in and kill you, so you have to wait until I give you that space.
Absolutely. The side laners for SRG have been masters of their craft for a very long time, and Team Vamos are on the receiving end. Stormy looking for a chance up here.
Just in case they had a secret attack, but I'm pretty sure they know the positioning. Oh no, they actually don't. They haven't been able to scout out early on, so they're not 100% sure what start or what the path is now.
Perhaps surrounded 1v4, you're a Uranus, but you're not sustaining that, especially this early.
Yeah, I think he was expecting less people to be there.
Here comes the AOG, cuts off the escape, but Yums can dash out. Vamos, though, on the aggression now.
Really good stuff, honestly. Like, Yums is making sure that his doppelgangers are in some key positions to make sure that it actually denies Arrow 4-4 a free engage.
Oh! Better dare strike onto Natko, forces him back, doesn't get the kill, but I think that's fine for SRG. They will have it back up by the next turtle.
Very good idea, but a good read coming in from Vamos as well. Clawkun making sure that he's relaying the information well, and they find the stun!
Blade Surge into the beautiful taunt! Great stacking of CC from Zkeef. They take out the Guinevere.
The layers upon layers of CC that they can't seem to get through. As Cram, again, he's got to be careful here because every single one of these deaths are kind of painful for him. The longer he sticks around, the more money he gets and the more, and honestly, the thicker these Uranuses become. Clawkun is nearby.
But it looks like they will give out the turtle. Now Cram in trouble again. He has to use Flicker, but that is up against the Valentina, stealing away the Phantom Steed. Violet Requiem comes in, gonna connect with Error 404, and the Feathered Airstrike finishes him off. Forces the defensive AOG as well.
Nicely done by Uni as well. Right now, Stormy doing a lot of the heavy lifting for SRG in the damage departments here. Luckily with Yums, he doesn't have to do too much, right? Find these engages, set it up for everybody else, and then find small advantages, even if they don't net themselves the kill.
I think it is interesting though. We talked about how maybe the Phantom Steed wouldn't be a very good ult to steal because the item build might be a bit weird, but the passive still works out against tankier heroes like this Uranus.
Yeah, I would agree that the Feathered Airstrike probably is better, but then look at the way that Stormy is playing. He's like showing up in bushes in random spots across the map. First on top side, now on bottom side, even in by mid, he's refusing to give his ult for free to Clockhood.
I mean, that's the Stormy style right there. Even if there wasn't a Valentina, you're not going to see him until he blasts you with that Feathered Airstrike. Game is going to slow down now, but the Violet Requiem comes in on the Gatot Kacha. Do they have enough damage? Feathered Airstrike comes in, they stop the AOG. Zkeep will go down.
Yep, more than enough. And now Natko is going to get some free damage onto this turret. Quickly has to Traceless away, knowing that the rotation is coming towards his side of the map.
Yums, he has to get out. Spatial migration, a little bit awkward. The flicker, dark away from Zeno. A little bit of revenge from game one.
Nicely done here from Vamos. Now they're going to take advantage of this. Proxy this wave and then look to get bot tier 1 as soon as possible to unlock Natko out of this lane.
Stormy doesn't have much mana, actually.
Hey, are they going to check that bush or no?
They will. Oh, well, they're going to engage. They're going on Stormy. Feathered Airstrike stolen away, but he flies away. And Zeno, he dies to the tower.
Oh man, this is why you gotta check bushes, dude.
That is literally public service announcement. Check your bushes.
Check your bushes. And honestly, you gotta give it to SRG because this is the conditioning that I'm talking about, right? Oh, guess what? Innocent got some help from specifically Sakai's down on the bot side. So then when they look down on the tier 2 and see it's only Stormy, there's a good chance that Innocent is probably missing. They're messing with behaviors and another engagement.
Yum is gonna take a good bit of damage, but he's able to dash out. Feathered Airstrike flickers forward, cancelled by the AOG, but that's a really weird place. You know, Zkeep is now completely out of position, and they're gonna punish him for that. Uni secures the turtle, but the Revitalize keeping Zkeep alive a long time. He gets knocked up. Is he gonna get... He's out, actually.
He's out.
And the fight is continuing with Zeno now taking the front line. SRG wants to back it off. They don't have enough HP. A flicker used by Cram.
Good flicker. Can't afford to get hit by the boat here, and Air 4-4 just does not have enough damage to 100-0 somebody just yet. He is a level ahead of Uni, and I'm pretty sure that he also has slightly more money, but it can't be by a far margin. I'll keep you guys updated as I find the information.
And right now, the goal difference between the teams is literally nothing. Right, we are looking at a very even game thus far. Even the kill score is the same, so I will say Vamos has been doing some practicing.
They've been doing some good work here. Now they're making sure that the rotations are nice and clean, cleared up the mid lane, straight away said, you know what, we're going to have to trade top for bottom. We have the initiative. We need to start pushing the tempo further. Even if they trade back against us, we're still maintaining a very small lead.
Both teams giving proper respect now, but Vamos still with the slight advantage. This is a team that works well with tempo, but here comes the Violet Requiem onto the Gatot Kacha once again. Feathered Airstrike doing good damage. Zeno in the back line. It is absolute chaos, but Zeno is the one isolated, and Innocent will pick him off, but Arrow 4-4 comes in, blows up the carry. Here comes the AOG, not going to be able to save his jungler, so Uni will be able to pick up that kill. Revitalize used defensively. Team Vamos wants to get out of here, but SRG is not going to let them do it for free. Zkeep gonna be locked down. He's tanky, but it's only a matter of time. And Cram picks up the kill.
Yep, finally we see Cram now participating in the battle, looking to cut people off, making them feel like Vamos is stretching through mud. Every step a battlefield, every step so heavy. Now, with mid-tier 1 already open, SRG opened themselves up for potential ways to find more leads. With 1.8k, it's not that bad, but it's not the end of the world for Vamos either.
Definitely not, but SRG is starting to adjust. Cram now going to be the main target. He's just barely hanging on by a thread. Uni is here as well. Phantom Steed stolen. They're trying to engage, but Stormy is there, so Vamos will say no to this one.
Yep, and I don't know, probably wasn't the best bet. I think that Clockhood didn't have to waste the ult, but here comes the Feathered Airstrike too.
Arrow 4-4 is trying to rush down the tower. He's going to be dropped down to 10% by the Feathered Airstrike, but that is honestly worth it.
Yep. As long as he doesn't die, it's always going to be worth it, as the rest of SRG's members are now recognizing that it's a battle of tempo, right? It's fighting for not only the waves, but these small little advantages. Despite them only having 2 extra kills, a 1.3k lead might be what they're looking for, assuming that they get their second items already completed, which I'm seeing a Golden Staff and a Corrosion Scythe from the side of Innocent.
We have to note, Cram dropped Error 404 to half HP already, so he's keeping an eye on the enemy jungler while the next Lord is coming up. So Error will be able to heal back up. Both teams taking this quite slowly.
Yep, somebody's got to clear that bot wave. And once Stormy shows himself, oh, he's going to use the Feather Airstrike to clear it up so he doesn't put himself out there. I don't know if Vamos noticed it though.
Even if they did, looks like they're giving proper respect to the Red Giants. Cram is going to walk into the jungle. He'll scout out Xeno first. Error 404's position is still unknown as of right now. Xeno kicking things off slowly. Innocent aggroing the Lord. Very deliberate, very disciplined movements being made by both sides. Zeke with the conceal, but will be spotted. And now the Mount Shocker goes in. They found Humes on his own, but Feather can be used. And Error 404 is going to be the one getting caught out with the spatial migration. Uni now chasing down Natco in the backline. He finds the double kill. He is dismantling Vamos' backline while SRG is dealing with their front. They've already lost Xeno. Zeke not even on the target priority list because SRG knows they've won that fight. This is a free Lord.
And that's how they get them every single time. They take the core concepts away from their composition, then they start working on those front lines. Everybody else just does not matter. Even for Clockwood, once he's out, there's no point chasing him once he's used his big abilities. But if Natco dies, all of a sudden, SRG start to put more fuel on this fire. Now threatening inhibitor turrets, looking to crack open that holy shielding.
That previous engagement definitely felt a little bit desperate. Vamos knows they need to start a fight with a pickoff, so the moment they saw Humes, they're like, we have to take him right now. He's just a little bit too far away from his team, but weren't able to finish him off in time, and the chaos resulted in Uni getting a free pass into the back.
But keep in mind, at least Humes, we know that he doesn't have to chastise Pauldron passive for the next couple of seconds, right? At least for the next minute or so. And this could make the opportunity for Team Vamos very possible, other than the fact that Trinity is already complete, Holy Shielding already breaking on that mid turret, and now multiple waves to manage.
Well, the Lord gets cleared up pretty easily right here from Team Vamos. SRG doesn't have the angle. AOG actually finds Stormy. Cancel the wings by wings. They got him. But now the Violent Raccoon comes into the backline. Error 404 is the first one down. Clockhood gonna be right next. And Xeno trying his best, but he is fighting into the Red Giants. They walk straight in like they own the place. It's a double kill. Only Natco left standing. And even Cram is going to be able to hold him by himself. The crystal is wide open. And SRG continues to make their mark straight into a new era.
Try to make sure that at least from game number one that the impressions of SRG are maintained. They came here to dominate and make it to the next international. This is just a simple stepping stone in a long journey ahead of them this year.
We are seeing good signs from Team Vamos. I'm liking the adaptations. I'm liking the dynamics with the new players. But the strength of SRG continues to be a major headache for anyone looking to claim that MPL Malaysia throne.
I think this time, at least we see that Vamos, they put one hell of a fight, don't get me wrong. Uni, in addition to the rest of SRG, it's going to be interesting. I feel like we didn't get to see enough. We saw some ideas, but we want to see it polished in 100% form.
Doesn't feel like they were really pushed into a position where they had to display that yet. So it is back to the drawing board, but I hope that other teams will have been able to gain something valuable from this one. It is possible to make the Giants bleed, but you gotta be able to topple them as well.
Yep, individually, before you even start thinking about those team fights, man. It's going to be a very long journey for all of our MPL teams, all eyeing out for what SRG has achieved, and they want to break it down to go for something bigger.
Fortunately, that means that Vamos will not be able to add on to the 2 victories they've taken against SRG, but this new lineup looks promising. Perhaps somewhere down the line, hey, perhaps the next time they meet in the double round robin, the results will be different.
Could be different, I don't know, but at least there's potential, and I'd rather potential than nothing else at all. Vamos, a lot of work for them to do, but with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to an interview with the SRG members. LaFell with Cram and Humes up on the stage. Take it away, LaFell.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Selangor Red Giants. So sekarang ni bersama dengan saya, Humes dan juga Cram. Humes, first question, ini opening match untuk MPL kali ini, partnership program, and lagi pada game pertama, nampak macam pasukan Vamos ada bagi fight sedikit. So apa pendapat Yums tentang Vamos punya performance dalam game tadi?
So masa first game tu kita orang agak shaky juga. So props to them. Tapi second game tu tu lah pemahaman. So overall dorang main bagus lah. Tapi dorang jumpa dengan kita orang kan. So tak boleh expect lebih lah.
I understand. So, Cram, I would like to ask you as well, because opening up the season, it's been like, what, a few months since your last tournament. And we saw your heart rate was actually quite fast as well. It was 140 and above sometimes. So, how are you in that game? Were you actually nervous in the game going up against Vamos?
I don't know, maybe because I talk a lot.
Honestly, that makes sense. If you talk a lot, your heart rate does raise a little bit. So now, balik kepada Yums, main bersama dengan Uni selama 6 season 3 tahun, sekais as the main jungler. Jadi bila Uni main dengan korang, ada ke perbezaan yang besar lagi dalam perlawanan tadi?
Saya rasa tak ada beza pun. Tapi Uni lebih okey lah dengan shot call dia. So Kram macam boleh relax sikit lah.
Well, kita nampak tadi Uni punya reaction. Uni macam, yeah, aku punya shot call agak bagus. So, very good on that. So, Cram, just to let you know, I'm pretty sure you understand what Yum said, but because Uni was there shot calling, you don't have to shot call too much. So, what do you feel about that? Does that really help you out to make sure that the team fight is more cleaner?
There's some difference, but I think for me, it's still the same. I still want to shot call for the team. Yeah.
Well, so sekarang ni, ladies and gentlemen, kita akan tengok siapakah MVP dalam perlawanan tadi. So, I think everything is ready. So, on the count of 3, we'll see the MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP is... Okay, is it actually in the room? Stormy, did good, my boy. Very nice. And the MVP goes to... Yums! So, Yums, big congratulations on getting the MVP. Lagi game kedua pakai Gwyn tadi. Ada berapa kali kau memang nak mati, dapat flicker keluar, masuk balik, get a win. So, macam mana kau rasa kau punya own performance pada kali ni? Kau rasa kau makin improve ataupun kau rasa kau dah stagnant sikit?
Saya rasa macam biasa je kot saya punya performance.
Aku harap bila maksud kau biasa, maksudnya lepas ni kita boleh nampak much more. Dan dengan tu aku akan lepaskan korang. Is there anything yang kau nak cakap kepada semua orang yang datang hari ni, di mana agak ramai juga yang datang hari ni? Yeah, go ahead.
Me?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. Thank you guys for coming, guys, and see you again tomorrow.
Give it up for Selangor Red Giants. And with that, congratulations to SRG for winning the first match of this season of MPL. But with that, we're going to be throwing it back to our casters, both English as well as Malay. The floor is yours.
Thanks, LaFell. MVP of this game going over to Yums pretty much without a doubt. There's too many times where you just lose track of him in the middle of a spatial migration into a flicker, just gone, disappeared.
He's so good at outplaying people, getting into your head. The Cho in game 1, then the Guinevere in game 2. I think just that play alone, I don't even need to mention which one. We know that play. Yums is on another level and he continues to grow as well. There is no ceiling to this man.
Nasty playmaker. Nasty playmaker. Again, it's difficult to read these drafts the more and more I look at them, right? That first phase is a lie. Unless there are some guaranteed roles, you have no idea, especially with these flex picks. These flex picks are becoming more and more dangerous.
And the Guinevere being more of a popular pick nowadays directly benefits teams like SRG. There's not a lot of teams that can flex this hero into multiple positions, but we know the Red Giants are one of them, and they made use of that. They allowed Vamos to think, hey, this is gonna be the jungle Guinevere. Once again, Suyo can handle it because he's got iframes. Nope, he's Roam.
Nope, he's Roam. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating to deal with, especially if I was in Vamos' shoes. Like, I get it from Vado's POV. The second half is probably a lot easier to actually draft for compared to the first half because you're kind of guessing until you get to that stage.
The Valentina first pick could have worked for sure, but I do feel like even though this hero is very strong nowadays, picking it up that early in the draft gives your opponent a little bit too much information. There were no good ultimates to really steal, only the Phantom Steed and the Feathered Airstrike, as we pointed out, and there are ways of outplaying both of those from SRG's side.
I agree. I think that they probably could have waited for it, or they were nervous that on red side that they were going to get like counterpicked with Sora Valentina as a pair, rather than like, it's either you break them apart or you just pick up one, or you break them apart or you pick both of them at the same time. And I think for Vamos, I would argue that probably banning out the Sora wasn't the greatest idea.
I agree. If you're already planning the Valentina first pick, it should be okay to open Sora, because if your opponent takes it, then you can steal it away. That's what Valentina is for. And if your opponent doesn't take it, then now you have both heroes on your side. I think they were just afraid that SRG would still take Sora regardless, and they just weren't confident enough to deal with it.
And there's good arguments as to why, because Cram not only dominated his lane previously, but honestly was providing a lot of extra utility depending on the scenario, and that's hard to read against the Sora. You can see the item build, but even sometimes they opt to go for the opposing side just so that they can set up for the rest of the team or look for a kill. Either way, I think that right now, if we're in Vamos' position, the only other thing you could have done, first pick Sora, ban out the Valentina, or at the very least, opt to do nothing. Just take the Sora, see if the Valentina gets picked up by SRG, then look for the mid-punish.
You know for sure they're going to take it. That was one of Stormy's originals. I really do think they should have opened Sora, just pick Valentina the same way. I think it speaks to a lack of flexibility, perhaps, because you normally want to counter Sora by putting Valentina in the EXP lane.
Exactly.
And I don't think that's something Xeno is comfortable with.
And that's the thing, right? I don't know whether... I feel like they know that Cram could just... There's a pretty good chance that Cram is going to pick up Valentina, go into the EXP lane. It's like, I'll figure it out, you know? Yep. I think there's definitely a side... Oh my goodness. I'm looking at the numbers, and I stopped. What? Explain. How did Stormy get more ults off and Innocent has been participating in a lot less fights, yet the numbers are like 300 off? What? How?
It's just innocent things, man.
Where's he getting the damage from? Who's taking it? Because like if we're taking the entire 45 damage deal, 38k, 32k, two of the highest sides. How did Pautan get hit by any of this, right? Like what? Huh? This doesn't add up.
I'm pretty sure most of the damage is being absorbed by Zkeef. I imagine that's what's happening here, because Innocent is mainly standing behind and only doing damage to the first person he sees, which is going to be this Gatot. And compared to like the Violet Requiems and the Feathered Airstrikes, it's a lot harder to notice Carry doing damage.
That's a good point. That is a good point. We look at our Hall of Famers here for this game. Innocent as our rich guy. As well as Stormy, the carry, and cultured by Todak Zkeef.
He is cultured. They did culture him.
They did. I don't like the way you say that. Like initially it was like, oh, borderline funny. I'm like, wait a minute, that could have given a different connotation. I'm a little worried about it now. Either way, Yums played a phenomenal game this time around, and I think that honestly, as much as I would like to believe that SRG was a little slow on the pickup, I think it's more so that Vamos was just playing it well.
Yeah, I think Vamos definitely adjusted well. They've done their research as to how they want to play against SRG, and they definitely drafted with ideas in mind. I think there was just some flaws in terms of flexibility, where they had to ban heroes like Sora because players weren't as comfortable with it, and they didn't quite have the same experience and synergy that SRG had to deal with some of these surprise flex heroes.
Well, what do you think is the most lacking synergy? Because they're like, I think that Zkeef and Clawkun, they can kind of work together, right? There's definitely a lot of moments where you just need to play a lot of games together to get that style down.
Unfortunately, I think it has to be the side lanes.
Really?
Xeno does a good job of frontlining, but he doesn't create space the same way that Cram does. And then Natko doesn't really do much until like a certain point in the game.
I think that Natko is more independent than Xeno. I think Xeno needs to be given direction here. Because, all right, let's look at a couple of these fights, right? Hopefully Xeno pops up in one of them, because he's going to get into this fight. This one, he didn't check it. It's sure, behavioral assessment. You can't win every single one. This one, okay, there we go. Xeno immediately was able to get on top of Innocent. That's his main job, right? But he keeps going forward, and I think that's the problem here, right? They need to figure out what their box of influence is going to be, what their kill zone is going to be, and if it's outside of that kill zone, quit pushing forward if there is nothing to fight for.
He knows he's joined Vamos, so he just has to go. Jokes aside though, Phobius, that's one of the risks, right, of the hero. When you're in, you gotta keep going. And
No, I mean, like that, like you don't, like that's when you start walking away. There are very clear moments when Zeno could Zeno, don't press your ult, just walk away from it. He's like, no, I will press it. Get me in there.
We play EXP lane, idiot. As a Phobius, you don't want to walk away.
I agree.
It's just not a good feeling.
The difference is he is a paid professional. If you give me paid professional money, I won't run it down. I swear. I swear, team, I won't run it down.
Hey, every paid professional was one of us at one point in time.
That's true. He hasn't grown up yet. He's still
and I
in
think
that
SRG
phase.
is kind of baiting him as well. You can tell.
It's true.
In the middle of that game, they realize, hey, Xenos is just going to keep pressing the button. So let's
kind of jumpy, isn't
drag him backwards. Carry is very good at doing this because you just keep dashing backwards as Xeno's like, I have to follow you now.
You silly little woman, what are you going to do? Dash backwards and trigger my passive again? Oh, he did it. Okay, I guess I got to go. It's pain, but at the very least, there's hope. And remember, this is only the first rotation of the round robin. Once we get to the second one, we expect it to look probably not similar. It might be different. It's also another patch note as well. So who knows? The game could be completely separate at that point.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a very long time since MPL Malaysia has been 8 weeks long. So there's so much to look forward to. And I imagine the teams will slowly grow over time. I hope. Cross my fingers, because that's not always been the case.
One bad patch. It's just down the drain. It's completely... Like, Natgo had to go through a lot of work to get him off of traditional marksmen to put him onto fighters. And even then, there was still moments where I was like, I don't know, dude.
And now he's back to marksman again.
Now he's back to marksman again. Hey, at least he got his classics out.
True. The Ascension was not bad. They definitely used the vision well, but yeah, the synergy still needs to be there, but we're seeing the potential, and that's the important thing. Just like you guys could potentially catch matches here at Quill City Mall. We still got ticketing. This is for SRG's regular season schedule. Most of it is selling fast, which, well, I guess is to be expected.
I
so
mean, that's why I scanned
jump
the QR
on that.
code.
Go. Now's the time. Be like Vamos. Run at it.
Please, from May 2nd onwards is where it's all the free stuff. But who can plan that far? Quickly get the selling fast ones. I will tell you, those will run out very, very quickly.
You need to be Phobius, and every one of these matches needs to be triggering your passive.
And ideally, you need to be Malaysian as well, because if we have an international audience purchasing these tickets, it's just like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What are we supposed to do?
You're out of range.
You're out of range.
Your skill range is not long enough. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. But if you do decide, an international member decides to purchase a ticket, please come on over to Quill City Mall level 6. We're having a great time here. And honestly, the energy, considering this first game, has already kind of set the tone for what is to happen later down the line. Vamos! If you are a fan of Vamos, they still have plenty of games to go to. Quickly pick up their tickets too.
It may be a little bit disappointing to know that Vamos lost their first match, but I think we saw some good things from that one, and if they can continue building off of this foundation, this team will be quite the contender the later we go. So make sure you guys grab those tickets while they're still available.
After first impressions, do you think that Vamos' potential is higher than some of the other teams? Like this including SRG, you still have like, what, a total of 8 other teams to potentially have just as much potential, if not a higher ceiling?
I think it's a little unfair to compare for now, because this is Vamos' actual potential compared to other teams' theoretical potential. So it's a little bit hard to say for certain.
Potential to theoretical. Okay. For the sake of the YouTube video, where are they on your list right now?
They've definitely gone up a little bit. Top 4 maybe?
Maybe a 4. Who knows? Let us know in the comment section down below. We got a little bit of a mic check. Let's hear what our players have said during the game.
Tunggu. Ni kasih cancel. Mati. Ayo. Perang guys. Ranger free hit tau.
Ya.
Aman. Ni. Belakang lu. Sabar weh.
Fok bang, nice bang.
Bang.
Aku boleh tengok.
Timis kan?
Bang. Just fight.
Boleh fight.
Hari.
Hari puri.
Tiga hari.
Timis behind.
Kami. Mati. Boleh bang.
Boleh balik. Dapat dah. Sabar, jangan tinggal.
Aman, go man.
Gua enggak bisa lari guys. Wah, enggak bisa sih. Kita all in lord mana.
Yes, sir. Scatter.
Why again, bro? Sikit.
Boleh double dash bang. Boleh bersih, boleh.
Tengok.
Kim.
Tengok.
Mason, San.
I with you, sir.
Kata.
Oh, Zeno.
Zeno, what are you doing?
Zeno.
Zeno holiday.
Savior lah. Apa main bang?
Aku tahu kau aman. Kanan. No. Ya,
Bot ah.
kanan.
Bot.
Baca aku.
Okay,
Go pian.
Get tu.
No, purify tak. Dah pada.
Play with you sir. Play with you sir. Aman.
Kanan ah.
Zeno.
Treasure yourself.
Hai.
TP. Gitu dulu guys. Set. I want to die bro.
He will die.
Nice try. Ui, tiba-tiba boleh kalah duk.
Nice try guys.
Nice try.
Membanggakan negara kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita wira arena. Kita wira arena. Kita wira arena. 愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti jangan siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan.
tengok ending semalam?
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Membanggakan negara kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita wina arena. Kita wina arena. Kita wina arena. 愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa yang suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
RM10?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, masa kau belasah lagi.
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayo, kawan-kawan.
Oroka naru ototo yo.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Membanggakan negara kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita wina arena. Kita wina arena. Kita wina arena. 愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Oro kanaru ototo yo.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam you ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan.
Toto yo.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供魂がアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな子供魂がアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Amaterasu. Oruka naru ototo yo.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
Membanggakan negara kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita wina arena. Kita wina arena. Kita wina arena. 愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しかアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri ke pendidikan.
巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かな弟。子供騙しかアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Rasa keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Perbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it, ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku, semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi ada. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang ke nyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan di bawah, perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan, pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery partner. Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people are hungry, they lose focus and they'll have bad aim or bad performance during game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Todak. Todak Culture. Get MPL Malaysia's official merch at Todak's booth or buy online at store.todak.com. MPL Malaysia is now cultured by Todak. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Our two casters here at the desk for the English broadcast. My name is Gideon Q, of course, together with Sadafa here at the desk. We've already watched SRG take a great victory with a lot of resistance from Vamos. Will that be the same with our two new franchise teams here today?
Even though it seemed like things went the way of Eld with SRG taking a clean sweep, we did see some potential, some sparks and signs of a new era forming. And now we've got two teams with completely new rosters to look forward to. A lot of people have already made their predictions, their tier lists, their power rankings about what to expect here. But what are your thoughts, Gideon?
Honestly, it's really interesting. I wasn't expecting RRQ to be one of the teams who would actually vouch for a Malaysian spot here in the franchise league. And not to mention that Team Ray, out of all the teams that we had previously, were the ones who kind of pushed through, now looking to rebrand themselves as a dedicated franchise team. But that's a lot of work because, again, this is not a rebrand or anything. This is just newer players. A team is more dedicated and is willing to pour more funds to make this team work.
Sometimes that's all it takes, right? A little bit of extra resource, a little bit of extra support can really make a difference here. We've got the Kingdom versus the Ray of Light at the bottom of the screen right here. And I am really looking forward to seeing what will happen, especially after what happened before. Not to mention, you guys get some goodies as well just for tuning in and joining us today. Go redeem that code at the bottom of the screen right now.
Redeem the code, call your friends to help us beat more PCOs so we can keep on giving you guys more rewards as you continue to watch the league. But for the time being, at the very least, first day impressions are already still going to be very high for both RRQ alongside with Team Ray. And I've always been critical with Team Ray, but now that they've completely refurbished the roster, it's a little hard to say whether they're going to have that back end that caused the front end to suffer last season, but
yeah, you really got to make sure you got the full package when you're refurbishing things, right?
Yeah.
But if we're talking about full packages, we gotta bring up the Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's Note what you think with Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 Plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber Cooling, active matrix display, and 90 watts wired plus 30 watts wireless charge. So, if you guys are in the market for a new phone, make sure you guys grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro, available now on the Infinix official store or at the TikTok shop Infinix Malaysia.
Either or, get your Infinix Pro today. Sorry, Note 60 Pro today. I can't just say Pro. They've got too many products to cover. But overall, once again, we want to thank the Infinix for making this all happen. With the franchise league, we're expecting that our sponsors are willing to make the investment to keep our league great. With that being said, though, we do have a little bit of a tidbit here because Mobile Legends Adventure is one of those idle action RPGs that you can just sit back and just see cool colors just flying at your face.
Yeah, if you guys are looking for an additional game besides MLBB to play on your Infinix Note 60 Pro, you guys can collect over 100 different heroes, level up with ease, and enjoy idle rewards anytime. You can build your strategies in auto battles, explore endless game modes, and fight players worldwide in global PvP. So, what are you waiting for? Download Mobile Legends Adventure and start your idle adventure today.
Especially with how many sponsors we have these days, I'm pretty sure that you guys at home have more than enough time to enjoy an idle adventure today. Now, RRQ, I don't know about you, but when I saw their coach, that's when I was like, maybe I believe in this team. Because how many people are going to say no to Chinese money and decide, you know what, I'm bringing it back here on home soil under an Indonesian organization to try and bring us to the world stage?
That's a good question. I feel like it was worded in a very interesting way. But yes, you're not wrong, right? We have a familiar face behind the desk of RRQ, Tora. which is, of course, Sasa returning from China to coach a team now in MPL MY. I think a lot of people were not expecting RRQ to bring a branch here into MPL MY. We finally have the Kingdom joining our borders. Can they claim the throne here as well?
It's not because of Hazel anymore. They literally have an entire brand here down by MPL MY. And I'm excited for this, right? You look at the young guns on the opposite end, potential RRQ, especially when we're thinking about some of the big ones. Sasa already has a lot of experience, but then you start putting in things like Dyran and you're like, whoa, hold on, this is starting to become a real team.
Yeah, it's a very interesting squad as well with a lot of potential, but will they be able to mesh well together? It's basically a new lineup entirely. Haven't really had the longest of times to build up that chemistry, to build up those dynamics. And behind the curtain as well, a lot of people should be aware that Coach Sasa can be quite strict. He has his own style of coaching that not every single player may mesh with.
I agree with that. Most people can't take how harsh he is because he truly takes this game seriously. Like, it's a life and death matter, right? People get upset when their pets pass away. He gets upset when a game goes the wrong way. And with that being said, we'll see whether or not this makes the team stronger or weaker, because some people can take it. But those who can and excel with it, you start seeing some really prominent players.
He's a Kage for a reason, right? He's earned those accolades and he wants to be able to spread it, but may have his own style and own approach about how he wants to do so. But what about on the other side, right? We got Team Ray. What do you think about them?
Oh, Team Ray, this one's tough. This one's really, really tough because they are taking some notable players, two of which you see on the screen right now. Loliel's alongside with Siska. And let me tell you, Siska, prominent EXP laner that I'm expecting to go far and beyond, especially in an international stage. But he's never gotten that opportunity. Loliel has a little bit of international experience in winning C games, but at the end of the day, he is a volatile gold laner. And I think that's what so many teams are stressed about him.
Yeah, it's very much a question mark, this team, because I personally, when I did my power rank, I put Team Ray very, very high. I literally put them top 3.
Top 3?
Yeah, it's quite... I feel there's a lot of promise with these players, and while maybe not top 3, I think a lot of other people put Team Ray fairly high in their tier list as well, just off of the accolades of the players alone. But I cannot deny, there is that question. Does the chemistry work? Siska's good, Loliel is good. Are they consistent enough? Have they improved sufficiently?
Yeah, and that's why I think that I'm a little bit more lenient towards RRQ's side. Because these are players who not only have shown they have what it takes, they just never had a team that makes them work well as a 5. I would argue that, yes, Gary had his moments in CG Esports, but even prior to that, he was an up-and-coming jungler and then disappeared off the face of the map, and then eventually joining back with CG after multiple failed attempts with Hawk. Well, Secret, so on and so forth. You know the drill at that point. But I think that this can go one of two ways. Either they go dead last, or they start looking like a top 3 finisher.
Very different sides of the coin right there.
Yeah, I mean, they're all so young, which is why I'm hopeful.
I mean, we know that Team Ray has unfortunately faced the 8th place curse multiple seasons in a row.
Back to back.
Will they be able to beat it this time, right? But what about you guys? It's time to ask the question to all of you watching out there. Let's ask from the perspective of the Kingdom. Do you guys think that RRQ can secure their first win in MPL? Scan the code below and let us know.
There's only one answer if you're part of the Kingdom. Anything else is treason. Understandably so. But even from Team Ray's side, apparently they've got fans in droves, which is why they got the slot in the first place. Real question is whether or not that kind of like work. Usually it's a team where it's like, oh, they're missing like the team aspect of it, but they got the community, or they've got the team aspect but no community. I don't know where they're trying to position themselves just yet.
Yeah, Team Ray is a bit curious. I think that's really all we can describe about this team, because they've been 8th place multiple seasons in a row with different rosters. Even with different rosters, they often do pretty okay in the first like 1 to 2 weeks. And then just kind of drop off from there for various reasons. Could be performance, could be other teams realizing, hey, they just kind of play one style and we know how to deal with it now. I do think this is one of their most promising rosters yet. But is the issue stemming from something deeper?
That's the thing. I don't know if the issue is going to stand deeper or they just lack identity. A lot of these new rosters face very similar issues. One of the three major issues, either identity problem, communication problem, or a mechanical problem. One of these three will be faced. Usually it's either 2 out of the 3, but for most teams at this point, it's 1 out of the 3 if you have a franchise slot. There's just not enough time to conquer all 3 problems.
And even if you do have a slot now in our new partnership league, it's still very, very fresh, right? It's literally the first season. It is the first day. So you can't really see the translation of those resources and those big international organizations yet. Maybe a couple weeks in, right? But for now, let us talk about the teams that are going to be facing off here, starting with RRQ Tora.
With Ruff, Super Yoshi, Kim, Gary, as well as Dyron. An exciting team on paper, but do they have what it takes to jive well together? Gary has been more soft-spoken, generally speaking, and then he joined CG, and now he's an actual more vocal compared to where he was last time. Kim, natural leadership skills, short stature, big personality.
I think one thing that RRQ Tora definitely has going for it here is that the majority of these players have naturally aggressive leaning styles. Ruff is one of those gold laners that wants to fight. That's why he actually was one of the more effective fighter gold lanes when that was the popular meta. Kim is a very vocal, very aggressive style of mid lane, likes to make plays across the map. Gary maybe leans a bit more towards utility, but does definitely fulfill the niches where it's necessary. And you've got Dyron finishing off the lineup for some pretty solid side lanes.
I mean, we talk about a solid side laner. We've seen Malaysian teams not really utilize it, right? You know, take Siska for an example. Prior to actually joining in from the tier 2, he was being underutilized until finally getting picked up by Untitled and showing that, yeah, this kid has what it takes and is one of the best EXP laners for his age. Ivan comes back to the roster, team for Team Ray. Martizi in the mid lane, Loliels as a staple, and Just Gnar early in his career, but at the very least, he will have opportunities to prove himself.
Yeah, Jasgar is definitely going to be the biggest question mark here because all of these other players have had some experience on the MPL stage, with the side laners being the big highlight. One of the reasons why I put Team Ray so high in my ranking is because of Lolil and Siska. In my opinion, they're some of the best side laners we have besides SRG.
We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case. We're gonna go for a quick ping test mic check. We'll be back right after.
Tengok ni je, tengok ni. Dia tak gerak. Mana tak gerak, Wan? Dia kena tengok aku dulu. Sana sini ah. Tang kiri.
Oh, you okay, bro, follow me.
Dia tengok kau.
Oh, dia ikut
Your
aku.
camera still not following.
Asal kamera ikut aku duk?
Yeah.
Oh, dia ikut kau, Ger. Sekali. Ha, aku record.
Oi. Sabar.
Baik kamera dah boleh ikut sekarang. Gila duk. Berapa ni? Tengok.
Ruling over their kingdom with ferocity, tenacity, and resilience. The Tigers have landed in Malaysia to prove they're the king of the jungle. Bow to the king of kings, RRQ Tora!
A team that has found themselves active in MPL Indonesia since Season 9, led by Dyron, an established EXP laner directly from the heart of RRQ, Hoshi. Can his talent be optimized here in the lands of Malaysia? A team reborn, a fight reignited, blending Malaysian and Indonesian talent into one new force. Will the 8th place curse end? this season. Can the underdogs finally become the top dogs? Make some noise for Team Red!
And a half. Martisi, a mid laner, having played in a professional league, deciding to walk away from that glory to come down and join Team Array. Alongside with the brains comes with the brawn, Sasa as head coach and Coach Link as assistant coach, Caleb, and as well as St. DeLucas as head coach and assistant coach for Team Ray. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it going. Fist bumps between the team. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship.
It is now time to witness these two new forces clash upon the stage that is MPL Malaysia Season 17. With new rosters and new energies reignited, each is eager to claim their first victory and set the foundation that will carry them forward throughout the regular season.
With first pick in their hands, the question is, what are they going to show the world here today? What is the identity? Are they going to be playing for just themselves to show that, hey, this is our style, or are they more adaptive than that? Knowing how Sasa thinks, he likes a very vanilla, standard style of game. If there is a movement across on the map, it's premeditated, never just a feeling.
Definitely. These are players with experience. These are players with their own egos and their own styles. How well can they mesh together is going to be the question here. And how much preparation both sides have had going into this season compared to the past seasons of MPL MY or any MPL in general. This has been one of the biggest reshufflings in general, which means there's a lot less information for most of these teams and these coaches to work with outside of just the player lineups themselves. So that is going to be put to the test.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking at Team Ray. I'm looking at Ivan because this man is able to lead a team. He's done it with Homeboys, and now he might do it again with Team Ray. But quickly, let's look over at Ruff. Another, some may say he has been dominating T2 for too long. Let me ask him, hey Ruff, do you have anything to say to your ex-teammate Martisi on the other side, who they used to play on MV together with?
And he says to Martisi, get ready to lose. I'll make you retire. Then you can go back to further your studies again. And honestly, that is...
Kind of jokes. Other than the fact that, funny enough, I'm pretty sure if I read that correctly, on his hand it says play with Super Yoshi. It said main dengan Super Yoshi, in translation, play with Super Yoshi, which kind of is telling me, Ruff, why are you leaving your Filipino, might I add, support? Like, you don't want to walk away from that guy.
Or like, is that usually something you would need to remind yourself? That seems like a pretty obvious thing to do a lot of the time.
Well, let's wait until he picks Claude or something. Oh wait, oh dude, what if they get Claude Moskov? For Lolios and Martisi, both of them just like ulting into nothing.
That's definitely possible. Well, considering it's rough as well, he does like making things happen on his own, admittedly. He likes playing fighter gold lane for a reason.
That he does,
Maybe that is a reminder he needs.
I mean, that's the thing, right? At least with at least when we were starting to look towards rough side, it's a little bit more salvageable compared to like the hard marksmans we've seen come out of Loliels. When utilized correctly, you get games level results. When you don't, oh boy, man, Loliels' career has been brutal, even though he's been commended by every single coach who has coached him. Best mechanics ever.
Yeah, I think he is the definition of the player who's just on the wrong team a lot of the time, and he actually has the proof to back that up as someone who has competed with the local SRG roster in international tournaments like the CE Games and performed admirably on. I'm hoping this is finally the team that allows him to demonstrate that, and I think this is going to be a very fun matchup to see as well, since both gold laners like the ego challenge.
Yeah, they do. They do. And it's kind of it's like EXP feeling of it, right? Where it feels like you've lost the lane if your opponent just gets one extra auto attack off and you're like, no, that's not okay.
And there we got the heart monitors. 100 heart rate, little bit high, little bit nervous there. Don't be too worried though. Once the game starts, all those jitters just go away.
Nah, it's just a known fact that Dyron has 2 hearts. Each one beating at 50.
I see. Yes.
That's why he's so chill. You think at 100 BPM that his face is just like I don't feel blood coursing through my veins.
He just needs the extra heart to pump it even faster.
Yeah. It's just more efficient that way. Clearly.
Definitely.
Just having one
Maybe
isn't
we
enough.
should consider getting a second heart.
Oh boy, do I have a line of people. I hope I can steal their hearts. But even so, it's time to draft. Let's kick things off here with our second best of 3. So far today has been pretty exciting. SRG had a lot of resistance, but I want to see whether RRQ and Team Ray could top that. Especially Team Ray, because people are coming and looking at them thinking like, man, these guys have been 8 plates all the time. Dangerous grass as well. Hilda could potentially get picked up here. Does Team Ray have enough?
Yep, that is going to be the question here. Hilda, definitely a high pick rate on the side of Dangerous Grass, and we've already seen Khalid earlier. Aggressive roamer is going to have very high value under the current circumstances to force junglers to play uncomfortably. RRQ going to be on that blue side, already banning out the Baxia and the Fanny, so focusing on that hero pool on the opposite side.
Interesting. It is just Gar, though. I am curious to see what they're going to do with this, right? Because if this is insider information or something that they prepared for... there we go, finally, the Guinevere. So this is premeditated. So they really want to make sure that not only a flex pick is out of the question, but there's some very direct lines of how they're going to attack TR. And a lot of that is going to come through the jungle. But usually when we see teams ban out like quote-unquote junglers, they start to contest for the mid duo more.
Yeah, I definitely can see that being the case, and that is why the Zeus Sin is gonna be the final ban on the side of Team Ray. They got rid of Freya and the Marcel beforehand. The Valentina is open, Eve as well, both very solid mid laners. And looks like it's going to be the Valentina. And a little bit of a fun fact for all of you guys. Tora means tiger in Japanese. That is where the name comes from. But will they be the tiger or the snack?
That's very Malaysian. I don't want to have to explain the joke, but it's all right. It's all right. It's good to know that Tora actually means tiger. Did not know that. Really thought it meant something else, or there was a different association. Well, I mean, considering the boss of RRQ, like, he's named his organization based on, like, important things in his life, right? So this feels very, like, Tudor to the Malaysian audience.
Definitely, for sure. The Valentina, though, we already saw the issues with picking this too early on, and if T-Ray has the correct hero pool, they can play around it. But they will go ahead and grab that Leomord as well as the Hilda we mentioned earlier.
Really surprised that they didn't want to take the Hilda early on. But at the same time, now we have to actually think, because this opens up potential for like EXP laners who actually dominate, and that could open up jungle pathways for RRQ later down the line, knowing that Hilda's going to kind of be in their face. Same problem. If we look at from RRQ's POV, that Hilda could just go into EXP, which seems unlikely, but you never know with the Malaysians. They roll the dice a lot.
It's possible. We know there's a lot of local players that enjoy playing the Hilda in the EXP lane, but I wouldn't really consider Siska to be one of them.
Yeah.
So I feel like
he's good on kind of anything.
Yeah, he's so good on playmakers especially, so putting him on a Hilda feels like a bit of a waste, but that means that Sora is open, along with the Suyo for RRQ.
I'm actually down to Hilda versus Sora, because it's such an unwinnable lane for Sora. It's like you can commit everything and still not kill the Hilda at the end of the day. That's the frustrating part about it. So unless they want to, you know, take away Siska's playmaking capabilities and put him on a hyper peel roll, it'd be sad, but at least with Phoveus, there's a little bit more that can be done here. And my guess, he's going to build full tank.
I would think so as well. We did already bring up the Thunderbelt earlier. I feel like it's possible as long as the laning phase goes well enough, and would allow Siska to be more of a damage threat once we get into the later stages.
That's under the assumption not only he wins the lane, but he purposefully doesn't break the tier 1. Like, he sticks in the lane on purpose to farm those stacks against Sora, if that is the case.
I mean, it's not necessarily. If you're confident enough, you can start farming stacks by joining team fights. A lot of it does depend on whether Hilda and Leomord will be able to create enough space, but if they do, these are heroes that create a lot of tempo.
Is it going to be good enough? Wait, let me think about this for a moment. Would I rather to be halfway through a Thunderbelt on the first hurdle rather than just have a Dreadnought armor? That's a tough call. It's a tough call. I think I would go for the Dreadnought armor, but then the potential of having like 15 stacks and like almost getting at least 40% of a mid laner's HP doesn't sound that bad of a trade-off either.
I think it really does depend on how well the laning phase goes. And we know that Siska plays a pretty mean EXP, so there's a chance, but it is very dependent. There is variation in how that build can go, and it also depends on what the rest of his team needs. If they already have sufficient damage overall, then he could probably bypass it.
Yeah, or if they're winning so hard, they can go into War Axe, and I think that's where the game gets really, really fun for Phoveus players, especially when the enemy team is delayed on the Glowing Wand and the Dom Isis. Second half of the draft, however, a lot of like CC-heavy things. Hylos, pretty good ban here overall for the Slime Team Ray, but then I'm looking at RRQ, they're getting rid of the Zetienne, which I would only assume. Why do they need the Vision? Are they looking to cancel out other artillery mages?
It's possible, but I wouldn't also think that heroes like Farsa were enough of a priority. I guess Eve is also something they could be looking at, but they already have the Valentina.
And more so, Zetienne is like, what do you ult and then I ult? What? Nothing happens at that point with Eve.
Like, I can understand maybe respecting the Zetienne if you're playing Fredrin, for example.
Oh, but then if you are going...
they have Suyo.
That's the thing. If they are, unless it's like counterplay towards it, potentially, I don't know. I just don't see it happening, right? Team Ray has already showed that they got the Leomord in their hands. They have a way to quote-unquote play the early game. I'm not sure whether it's going to lean more into the gold laner here, but the fact that they have Hilda, they can lead in any direction. And Kimmy ban from RRQ, really, really nice stuff.
So good focus onto the mid lane here. Valentina is one of the stronger ones now, but will still have difficulty against poke-heavy mid lane mages. So getting rid of those will give Kim a slightly better time. Now the Yi Sun-shin will get picked up. And in the first match, we talked about how Lolil was the first person to actually go for that Yi Sun-shin gold lane many seasons ago.
Yep. Whether or not it's going to be good enough. If I'm facing against Yi Sun-shin, what's a gold laner here that deals well against tanks? I mean, carry makes sense-ish, sort of, but at the same time, it's so short range that dealing with like a Leomord in your face, I think you might want Claude a little more. Oh, actually, maybe Moskov even. You can push them away, I suppose.
It looks like it will be the carry. And that sounds like a glue. One of the common counters to the Phoveus. So this is not the Sora EXP. It's Sora Roam.
No. It's got to be Sora EXP Glue Roam, right?
Roam. But then Glue matches up into Phoveus a lot better.
I agree that he fits much better into the Phove, but it's not like
Sora
impossible.
Roam level 1 versus Hilda is terrible.
Exactly why I think Glue is going to be the one, right? Because if not, why get it? Why get it? Like,
fair enough.
Like, in terms of raw displacement, we only have 2 ways to displace. One doesn't really count because it's a Terrify, so it depends on where you're standing, and then you walk away from it. You can't consistently hit Leomord off the steed. And there we go. Finally, the Farsa does eventually come through. So this is what they were trying to lean into, which is kind of interesting. I'm not entirely sure why they wanted it to go in this particular direction, right? Because I think that even if Zetienne was let through, that's not a bad ult to steal either.
Yeah, definitely not. Now, the Paramis could have been a possibility to counter the glue, but I think they were okay with that because they have the Valentina.
Yeah, they're just lacking damage, right?
The Netherrealm versus is always going to be a thing.
It's always going to be bad. It's always going to be rough. It's always going to be bad. I don't know. When I'm looking at this draft, the first thing that I'm thinking of is the early stages of the games of Team Ray, right? There are a lot of ways to make things actually work in their favor if they make the timings line up. Level 4 is what we're expecting it to be for Team Ray. Same goals for RRQ Tora, but it's the battle of the supports that will make the difference.
If they can create enough space early, that's going to be huge in order to carry them into the mid lane and hit that scaling timing with their item power spikes. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to jump right into the land of Dawn once again. We got RRQ Tora on the blue side up against Team Ray on the red.
Yep. You guys need to come here to Quill City Mall live, because then you can actually see the front-facing cameras of each of the players with each individual Ozbots, who both of them happen to be looking at our Marshall right now.
Curious.
Oh no. I think they may have, they haven't noticed it yet, but until then, grab your QR codes as they fight for the first Lethal Wanderer of the game.
Patrick taking a lot of damage here, but Glue is still going to be a very annoying hero to deal with. Litho will be secured by Team Ray. We've already pointed this out, but Team Ray is the team that ideally wants to create a bit more space early on, especially with Ivan on this Hilda.
This has got to be so frustrating. Because for Martese, he can't just hard shove the wave, and for Ivan, he can't really help with the concussive blast, because then he's going to get locked down and lose too much life to just glue on top of Kim. That's why they're just holding up their abilities, right? They want Ivan to show.
Definitely, and Ivan, even on the Hilda, not able to do so too safely. The poke damage from Valentina Glue early is deceptively high. And now Gary's nearby as well. Looks like Team Ray knows there's some potential funny business happening.
Yeah, but considering that both junglers have already finished their clears, they should collide now. I don't know.
They're engaging on Super Yoshi. They force the flicker out. Gary comes in, but knows he's outgunned. So he will back off.
Yep, really good call there. Very, very good call. And a huge resource actually being lost for Justgar. I think at this point, Justgar, whether he can test for the turtle or not is going to be dependent on the EXP, and that's why more resources being dedicated by Team Ray to ensure that at least the EXP laners can get involved.
Gary was able to steal that crab away from Justgar. Now going to be the first one to control the turtle. Ivan comes in, takes so much damage. Here's the lightning form from the Sora, forces the flicker out. Siska resetting the turtle at least. Ivan looking for chance, not able to get that last hit. Flickers forward, gets the shifting skies, but the Fender District finishes him off, and the Phantom Steed comes out as well. Kim gonna need to back this off and abandon the Super Yoshi, who's one hit away from death. Justgar should be able to finish this. No! He gets the tower in time, and now the Fender District is stolen! The bounce back from RRQ.
Beautifully played by everybody across the board. Really nice stuff here by RRQ. But at the same time, Gary, he is playing counter initiation. He is not trying to start things up against Team Ray. He wants Justgar to do his thing. And so far, with that being said, a level lead for the jungler right now. And Gary, he knows he doesn't want to be in this position. Team fights can get a little hard. They're just waiting for the ults to come back.
Gary going to scout things out. Siska and Ivan on the turtle currently, but Super Yoshi is back. Glue is really such an annoying hero to remove, especially without anti-heal. He's already level 4 as well, so there's the risk of being dragged back. Tyron is here. Ivan engages on Kim, drops him below. Fender District comes out, but the lightning form is in the backline. Martisi in danger. Tyron finishes him off. Justgar grabs the glue, and Gary grabs the turtle at the same time. Team Ray dropping low, but they'll at least trade for the Sora. But is it worth it? Ruff picks up his first kill onto the Hilda, and he's even doing more poke damage.
Yeah. There was a moment they could have thought about going back in there, but Siska understands, hey, as soon as Carry pops that ult, there's no need for me to be there. I'm not playing Vengeance. All I got is Peel, and if I have to use my Flicker, then so be it. With still gold plating available, all laners haven't really gotten too much. It's a lot of it just comes down to rotating and team fighting, less of individual leads other than Gary.
And Gary is perfectly okay with that. This is a similar style of play to when he was on CG as well. He plays a very controlled jungle style. In the top lane, they are engaging on Siska 1v2, and he has to commit. He has to try and buy as much time as possible, but I don't think he's winning that one.
Yep. Really good setup from Dyrant, and now the next trade is Super Yoshi flickers away. Oh no.
He jumps back in on Justgar for the HP. This is gonna be very awkward. Yep.
The poor guy. All he had to do was just get over the wall. No. And now Kim losing so much pressure just because of that.
Sometimes you just want to ride a horse as well, Gideon. You know?
Mom, it's only 25 cents, I swear. It'll only be 5 minutes.
So maybe you should make sure someone else isn't on it too.
Oh no. Wait, hold on.
Ruff actually doing some good damage here.
Really good light wheel there. TR just kind of didn't do anything. Like, I was expecting Martisi to maybe trade flickers, but I think they're playing a very safe style of game. I want to see whether Team Ray is trying to stick to the book as well, because I know, at least for RRQ Tora, they've adjusted the rules a little bit, changed the parameters, make sure that Gary is the counter engager. Team Ray, very standard.
I think both teams are playing to their own strengths currently. RRQ Tora, you can see the discipline, the communication is there, and they have a lot of resources to work with how tanky Super Yoshi is. Team Ray has already missed a bit of a window to get an early snowball going, but as long as they don't fall too far behind, they're still okay. Here comes Dyron, they get the stun, Turtle already at half HP, Siska comes in, Justgar on the flank as well, but he's instantly zoned out by Dyron. Fender District can be used, Gary secures the Turtle, he's stuck in the pit, but he dashes back out, and Ivan goes down to Ruff. The damage from the carry is too much, it's a killing spree for the Suyo.
So far, so very good for Ruff. Man, Ruff's light wheels have been impeccable, right on the target, hitting multiple targets at the same time, and Team Ray are just not reacting well to it so far.
This is just the type of game that Ruff loves to play, right? If his team is tanky enough, he can walk as far forward as he wants to do his damage. It's only 6 minutes in, and the carry is already 2-0.
There needs to be some kind of punishment here. for the side of Team Ray. They have access to Feathered Airstrike, but it's been a real struggle to get it off consistently, not knowing where Dairen is or whether all of a sudden Super Yoshi decides to flicker forward, right? Many ways to cancel the Feathered Airstrike. So really, I think that Team Ray, their best setup for a fight has to be around the turtle.
I think so as well, but even that is difficult. Ivan in trouble. The shifting sky is doing so much damage, and Hilda drops. Feathered Airstrike already whiffing, but Juskar looking for the kill onto Dairen. He's dashing out, but the horse should chase him down, finish him off. Is it worth it though? Ruff gonna be able to melt him away, and they're gonna have to abandon Siska as well. It's a mega kill for Gary.
Team Ray needs to stop defaulting right now. They are listening to the calls of Ivan, and they are doing very, I don't want to say bot things, but let's just look at the instant replay, right? If you look at the minimap almost straight away, you can notice the positions of where everything is happening, right? As soon as Ivan gets caught here, both Glue, alongside with Suyo, alongside with Carry, are already walking up after pushing down to the bot side. Gar should have known that he should have gave it up at that point of time, but he's too deep.
And I like the call from Super Yoshi as well to just instantly engage on Phobia, since he knows that the Leomord is 100% dead. So RRQ Tora operating incredibly well right now, and Team Ray looking a little disconnected. I feel like this Hilda unfortunately isn't doing much for them.
I mean, considering how the early game went, now Gary has 4 kills, very not well. Not great. Not great for the most part. They didn't want to sacrifice that mid space, and this is what happens.
Ooh, do you really want to be there, Ivan? Gonna get caught by the glue once again. Jumps right on, tries to flicker away, but nope, just pulls you straight back. Killing spree for Ruff. Feathered Airstrike to zone out RRQ Tora, and Dairen just eats all the damage like it's breakfast.
Yup, and this carry pick now really showing its fangs. Hilda does not stand much of a chance against it, even with flicker as well. Siska very, very nervous about these types of positions. He himself had to flicker out in that previous engagement. And now we see that Team Ray are forced to stick together, right? Defaulting at this point of time, sending multiple people into many different lanes. You need to show up for just a split second, because so far RRQ Tora, they've been sticking for 5, and they're sending their feelers out into the enemy purple side jungle.
They're really making good use of this glue roam right now. One of the tankiest heroes in the game, in fact. And Team Ray is feeling that. They've already finished the Chastised Pauldron as well on both Super Yoshi and Dairen at the same time, so Team Ray doesn't have enough damage to work through anything.
Yeah, I didn't realize how far ahead Dairen actually was. He's 1.6k ahead. That is a ridiculous amount. I thought maybe 800 probably would have fit the build a little bit more because he's 2, 3, and 3, but he's been actually farming up at a pretty decent rate.
Super Yoshi can literally just stand there, take all the damage he needs to provide information. Flickers in, gets the stun, and Lolil is gone. Here comes the catch from the Sora. Finds 2 into the knockup. Feathered Airstrike doing good damage, but is it enough? Ruff already picks up the double kill, and Dairen is still alive. He's able to walk out scot-free.
Damn, big chunks. Big chunks. And right now, Ruff, he's having the time of his life, unpunished as he walks through confidently with 4 other members to support him. Pillars to make sure that this roof does not collapse just yet. And Team Ray, this is such an awkward time for them to not only lose Siska, but worse yet, feel the power spike of RRQ Tora as they start hitting their second items, third items even for some people.
This game already spiraling out of control. We're looking at a 7k goal lead in 10 minutes when Team Ray has heroes like Leomord, Barca, and Hilda, who should be in control at this stage. But RRQ Tora has made their presence known, a free Lord in their hands.
With Lord in their hands, let's see how they break inhibitors, right? Because this is the best setups for Lords. No side lanes to worry about. Only on the top side there's a single T2. But wait, whoa! Yo! Are we fighting this hard just for purple?
They really want to commit that? They're going in. It's a nice dark wave, but is the damage sufficient? Look at RRQ Tora! They're just surviving everything! And Team Ray is melting! Like cheese on a hot car hood! Martisi left by his lonesome, being chased down by Sasuke of all people. It's a monster kill.
I can see the memes. I can see it already. I can imagine it. Clippers out there, you know what to do. All they have to do to get a good meme about Team Ray that at this point, purple buff over losing a game.
And it looks like they're just going to be pushing straight in right now. Dairen does drop. Probably a little bit unnecessary, but it's still fine. It's 3v3 situation. Lord has already taken the inhibitor. RRQ Tora does not need to stay any longer.
Yeah, I think at this point, the only thing I need Team Ray to do is really talk about the way that they're going to fight and why they are fighting. I think a lot of the times we see these newer teams, they fight out of instinct and they don't really understand, like, what are we doing here, right? Like, the Lord is going to spawn anytime soon. The longer the fight drags on, the more hurt you're going to be for when the Lord actually spawns and gets to your inhibitors. And ideally, you end the fight before or after that, right? Within the first 10 seconds of impact.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this is already a GG scenario for Team Ray. I don't really know if they have the right tools for stopping RRQ Tora's push. Ruff is very farm 7-0, Gary is perfectly fine as well. The only way they turn this around is if Lolil can somehow get a huge gold influx from picking up multiple bounties.
Well, I think it's gonna be a little hard. Dealing with Super Yoshi and Dairon, like, together is hard enough. He could probably 1v1 a good chunk of them with the exception of Ruff.
Perhaps, but even then, you're not gonna get those situations. The one, like, you're hoping for a 1v1, RRQ Tora's not gonna give it to you. Their positioning has been very clean.
I mean, they've given up on the default, right? Dairon is standing right next to Ruff. He's got Super Yoshi in the wake. He is following what he literally wrote on his hands. The only one who's allowed to be individually selfish, or at the very least do his own thing, has to be Gary. Because he knows that if he shows up first, he gets 100-0 straight away.
Yeah, I think Gary's timings have been great, and it's been a lot easier for him to find those opportunities because Super Yoshi is so difficult to remove. And he's only got 2 items completed in 2, so this glue is only going to get more sturdy.
Yeah. Second question, why are they allowing Team Ray to walk out here? Like, Team Ray should not be able to get out of their base. Like, touching this wave, there should be some kind of tax. Like, well, then again, the missing mid inhibitor doesn't really change that fact. But I'd like it, at least for RRQ side, hey, interact with them when they show up on the map. We've got a pushing wave down bot that Gary can handle, so all we gotta watch out for, Lord Pit, top side, and mid lane.
I do feel like Super Yoshi could be scouting a little bit more aggressively here, walk up into the jungle, since you're probably not gonna die even if all 5 members are there. Team Ray being allowed to have a bigger presence than you would think.
Yeah.
Oh, do you really want... Oh, they're trying to go for the concealed flank, but Gary's already finished off the Lord. Kim does drop quite low, but here comes the shifting sky. Zion gonna be able to finish off Siska, and now they're diving into the back line. Just Scar gonna be grabbed and fed to Ruff. It's legendary double kill for the goal laner of RRQ Tora.
That's got to be upsetting. Very, very upsetting for Just Gar. And even Martese, they did not give him any space to play this entire game as they close out the first round. Ivan finally falls 20-7. RRQ Tora, these young guns, invested in by the kingdom, take game number 1.
We are seeing some very clean, controlled aggression coming in from RRQ Tora in their very first game of MPL Malaysia Season 17. Stopping Team Ray from being able to play at all for that early game snowball. And after that, everything else just falls into place.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Tough. I'm thinking... Is this a draft issue more than anything else? To a certain degree, yes and no. And I think where could they have adjusted a little bit better? It's tough because it's a difficult comp to read unless you know that their playstyle was going to be, hey, once we break the T1s, we stick as 5, we have a 2-2 kill squad, and then Gary does what he likes.
I do think the glue caught them off guard. I don't think they were really prepared for that possibility, especially since you don't really see him played in roam too much. Is the perfect answer for stopping Hilda from walking into your jungle, and actually even more durable than she is. So there simply is no way for Team Ray to remove that vision control from their opponents.
Yeah, they knew that if they didn't send Ivan into the mid lane, they'd lose mid-prio, and without mid-prio, that's when they could start walking into Leomord's jungle for free, and I think that would have been a worse outcome. Even so, it's something to think about for Team Ray. They've got to readjust here, and I think a lot of it is just breaking down the supports and that mid lane. Super Yoshi got away with so much there.
Glue is just that type of hero. It's so annoying to play with. Anyone with personal experience, there's a reason he's banned so often in ranked as well. You gotta have the right composition to handle it, and they just did not because of how late the hero showed up.
Yeah, I think with that being said, at least there's a couple of behaviors that we're noticing right off the rip, right? And for Gary, would I say it's a stellar performance? No, I think he did all right. He did his job. His timings, like you mentioned, literally very, very perfect, just to make sure that his teammates get out, knowing that he can't really find a trade back. And then eventually, once he has 2 items, that's when he's like, all right, it's time for me to fight.
it's a lot of freedom for Gary as well as Ruff this game just because of this glue alone, right? They are allowed to just take their time and decide when to enter because Super Yoshi will do the rest, right? So I'm kind of wanting to see what will happen when they don't have a hero like that, but that depends on what the draft is for game number 2. For now, MVP game 1 is none other than Super Yoshi.
Well deserved. Well deserved. He was set up for success, and now he continues to follow in the legacy that his brothers have set for him. In a region that just needs better supports, Super Yoshi answers the calls on an unconditional pick of Glue. Which is funny, because the only other time we've seen Glue in the support was last year, so that would have been season 16, 15 then, right?
I feel like it was it played? I feel like it was played last season.
Was it 15 or was it 14 where we saw support Glue get thrown out there by... Oh no, was it Ocean Black who did it, or was it... it was one of the...
I remember Rasi played a support Glue a couple times. Not often, but once or twice.
But it was the first dude who did it. I know the face. I will come back to this. I will come back to this. I will eventually get my history down for our lore. But 20-7 is still a whopping performance for the Kingdom, and they should be very happy with how this played out. Team Ray, on the other hand, yo, they gotta... I know it's just like the first day, but they gotta pull something together here because, again, the defaulting does not work. We're not seeing the adaptation here.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really a big fan of the Phobiuses showing up at least so early in the drafts as well, because it just hasn't been the most effective. Like, I can see Phobius doing well in certain situations, but maybe not a general catch-all, especially when you're leaving heroes like Sora wide open for your opponent. Once you lose out on that EXP lane control, and then you know that Ivan's not going to be able to do much against Super Yoshi, you already lose all of your frontline potential.
Well, I think that the beauty of Phobius really comes down to, when you think about it, he actually outscales Sora. If Sora goes full damage and Siska decides on this Phobius, full tank, full items, you will not die. And I think that is by far the most important thing when you're facing up against a Sora, because knowing that Sora can like one-shot you as soon as he hits level 4 is a very scary feeling.
But there's still outplay potential comparatively to a hero like Sora. There's just so much he can do. Even if you do somehow lose your lane or you get outscaled by a Phobius, you can still set up. You can still push side lanes. You don't actually have to be with your team to make things happen comparatively.
Well, I think it just boils down to, like, do you have true damage or not, right? Because again, they are really thick boys. Phobius, so thick. And even when we're talking about Sora in particular, his tank form, yes, it's great, but nothing beats carry. Dear God, how do you... There is... Once carry... I mean, once Ruff is like 9-6, he was already having 3 items, already building into the Malefic Gun. If I remember correctly, roughly... 11... Was it 9 minutes? 11 minutes into the game already? That's when you know it was kind of done for.
I would kind of wish they saved the Lolil's hero for last rather than Martizi's if they were intending to go for this Farsa, because then at least they might have a little bit more counterplay potential. I don't think Isanshin's very good at melting the glue. And Lolil was playing pretty okay, like things were pretty balanced in the goal lane for most of it, but then Ruff started joining fights and then instantly ballooned out of control.
Yeah, they needed isolated fights ideally. Like segmented modular fights that can be like picked up and thrown around in different spots. That would have been nice, because again, when you are playing Isanshin, the greatest strength of Isanshin is that he chases anybody down. Nobody can really quote-unquote get away. You can make some distance, but he'll eventually catch back up. Unless Team Ray are able to create that sort of like pathway for him, I don't see it happening just yet.
There's no hero on Team Ray's side that can open the map enough, especially against Super Yoshi.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to be Ivan, but we saw how that early game went. Which is why I thought, like, if you knew that the mid lane was so scuffed already, why stick around, right? Like, you've already taxed half your HP at level 1, and then you heal back up to 75, you go back to level 2, and then you have to recall because you take, what, 90% of your HP, leaving you with 10? So it's like, at what point do you cut it quits and be like, I'm sorry, Martizi, this is not working. We gotta split.
I think the big issue is that even if they split, there is literally nothing Ivan could have done this game. Right? You lose the mid lane.
That's
true.
You
can't invade because Super Yoshi will be there. You can't kill a carry. You can't kill a Sora as long as they play correctly.
But you can influence the lanes. I think that's
so difficult though.
Oh no, just the well time. Like, I will say that Siska had 1 or 2 moments where he froze the lane correctly, and he needed Ivan to show up to chunk Sora's life total. I think there were a couple of opportunities there, but they were very focused around that gold lane. They were very focused on moving away, unless it was a turtle fight. And even the turtle fights, that one, we're talking about the major one. The Lord, like, I don't want to say Lord steal, but Lord already taken, and then just before the Lord spawns, they decided to fight from the side of Team Ray? That was wild. What are we doing there?
I guess even if we disregard the draft entirely, there were some interesting calls being made. I do think desperation mode started kicking in when they realized, like, what do we do? What can we do in this situation? And just hoping something works.
Yeah, this one will have to be a miscomm coming in from RRQ Tora, because Dyron, he could have easily flickered instantly and then got the ult off without having to wait. But the fact that he hesitated, I'm assuming they weren't sure whether they were going to fight.
And then here as well, Ivan tries to engage on the glue, basically leaves his backline out to dry, so Dyron gets a free entry from the flank. Even if he goes down, the job is done, because Gary and Ruff are farming up a storm.
They're farming way too well. Really, really well. See, again, moments like that shouldn't be happening to Siska. It's just that Team Ray, when they default, do they not have enough vision over the map, or are they making wrong assumptions? And I would like to believe that they're just not communicating, because making the wrong assumptions is a far harder problem to solve.
Having a lack of vision is definitely something, because Ivan just can't open the map as freely, but you also have a Yisun Shin. You just have to
press one button.
You just have to say, like, hey Loleo, could you open the map for us real quick?
Loleo, do the thing.
I don't feel like we saw enough of that here, so Team Ray were fighting blind a lot of the time, and again, that desperation does not lend itself to good plays.
Yeah, I think if anything with the draft, sure, if we end up with Lolio's back on that Yishin Shin, they really have to put more focus on the mid trio, really. Like, Justgar got his hero, but then once we saw what Ivan and Martizi had to play against, it doesn't become very easy. And even with the mid trios, right? Both Gary alongside with Justgar had the same ideas. We have to affect the mid lane.
It's just that one side had a little bit more to stand on in order to achieve that. I really feel like teams are weirdly not respecting Sora enough, and yeah, you could maybe beat him in lane with Phoveus if you time it correctly, but then there's just so much he can offer in team fights. I really feel like he should be more of a prio.
Yeah, I personally think so as well, but I don't know. There are other things to worry about, like Freya and Marcel and apparently... Wait, what was it again? Yves? No, it was Zetian. That's the one.
Yes.
It took me a while. I got there. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% with it, but now, considering that the last 2 bans were basically for priority, it makes sense.
It does. I think it's very smart. We're seeing some clear signs of ideas from RRQ Tora. You can actually see the effect of Sasa's coaching as well. This has his sort of style built into it.
Very much,
so
yes.
Let's ask you guys once again. Do you guys think that RRQ can secure their first win? We got your guys' answers. And yeah, 76% leaning towards RRQ Tora's victory.
Yeah, I would like to see, you know, some names of those who don't believe in the kingdom. The 24% of you, enemies of foreign states, probably. Who knows?
Kingdom out there.
Dude, it's gonna be so confusing later if we get multiple RRQs from different. Oh, dude, it's gonna be so complex. It's gonna be like Aurora and Aurora again.
Or at least RRQ has like different names.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We could just be like, but then you're giving up the key part of the brand of RRQ. It feels weird just saying Tora.
So it's just compulsory that you have to say the whole thing.
Yeah, probably.
That's how they make people say the whole thing.
Darn it. The branding is too strong. Frustrating. Very frustrating. But hey, the Tiger Kingdom is doing good for now. I am a little... You know what? I'll save it for a little bit later. There are some concerns that I have, but I think I'll save it until after. We'll see at the end of this game whether or not it's going to be good enough. But we have a little bit of an interview up on the stage. Let's quickly jump on over and see what that's about.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Casters English and Malay. Nak tahu saya berbual dengan siapa? Saya actually ada kawan-kawan baru di mana diorang daripada side RRQ Tora. Dan RRQ Tora baru menang game pertama. Mungkin kali ini, mungkin dekat Malaysia, RRQ boleh menang. Jadi sebelum kita mulakan, kita sebenarnya nak tanya kepada kawan-kawan baru kita. Boleh kenalkan diri sendiri?
Nama saya Indra Wijaya. Daripada Medan.
Dari Medan?
Dari Medan. Saya dari Indra Permana, dari Medan juga.
Okey.
Saya Fajar dari Medan juga, sama. Dukung Lek Darren.
Dari Medan.
Medan? Semua dari Medan lah?
No.
Okey, jawablah.
Madura.
Madura. Surabaya. Okey. Sebab aku dah confused tu nama ke apa kan. But okay, so Alalang dengan awak saya nak tanya. Bila sampai?
Semalam
Sampai. Jadi dekat sini kita boleh dapat yang daripada Indonesia semalam baru sampai, dah hari tengok diorang bermain. Jadi saya nak tanya kepada abang di sebelah saya, kenapa sokong RRQ TR?
Sebab ada Lek Darren.
Ada Darren.
Satu kampung.
Okey, jadi dekat sini saya nak tanya, boleh tak bagi tahu serba sedikit tentang Darren yang mungkin orang lain tak tahu?
Salah satunya inilah pacarnya Lek Darren.
Okey.
Saya baru sini jumpa nih, baru pertama kali kita jumpa dia. Jadi kurang kalau di kampung kita lain kota ya bang.
Jadi kat sini saya pun nak tanya, tengok diorang yang performan tadi lawan dengan Team Ray nampak agak kuat. Jadi macam mana rasa prestasi RRQ TR dalam game pertama ni?
Alhamdulillah baiklah. Untuk match pertamanya, semoga match keduanya juga kayak tadi konsisten.
Ya, dan ini juga nak tanya, daripada Indonesia datang ke Malaysia, tengok kita punya hall, kita punya stage, dan dia punya environment dekat sini. Macam mana perasaan daripada Indonesia datang Malaysia untuk tengok MPL?
Terkejut sih, ternyata RRQ TR banyak yang support, ternyata Kingdom Malaysia ternyata banyak juga. Tetap support RRQ TR ya guys. Semoga bisa konsisten, semoga bisa lancar setiap matchnya dan juga bisa lolos playoff step by step lah. Doain ya guys.
Alright, thank you very much. And untuk kita closekan interview ni, saya nak tanya abang sana, ada tak apa-apa pesanan kepada RRQ TR sebelum mereka masuk dalam match lawan dengan Team Ray?
Buat RRQ bantai 2-0.
Bantai 2-0. Jadi semua orang boleh balik awal. Terima kasih banyak. Nama saya Lefel dan ini adalah fans daripada Indonesia. They've been a very good sport. Tapi sekarang kita akan pergi balik kepada kita punya casters untuk mulakan perlawanan RRQ TR menentang dengan Team Ray.
You know, considering that RRQ is one of the legendary teams since the beginning of the Mobile Legends age and have stand the test of time, I expected nothing less than their fans to show up on the ground for the team in Malaysia.
And even then, I'm still impressed. The fan base for basically a new roster here goes to show that this organization has a lot to offer, and I'm hoping that it'll give these players the chance to gain energy from that support.
And that's what we need to see here. That's so sweet from Kim. He's got his mom. He wanted to give a shout out to his mom later on. But we took one of the coach's quotes, one from Sasa himself. He mentions mechanics over experience. He chooses young players because I like their mechanics. They're smart and capable of outplaying their opponents, but the biggest factor is definitely their mechanics. They already have MPL experience. What they lack is exposure at the international level. I'm getting very mixed messages here.
Basically, he likes mechanics.
But he said that they're lacking interesting. Oh, the zoom in! Oh, the quick zoom in on live television. Hey, I didn't know we could do that already. Things are really looking up here for the franchise.
Shout out to Mom and all the moms out there in the crowd. And if you ever need a little bit of a self perk up, you can turn it upside down and say wow.
Oh man, that's brutal. Oh, we even got the sidebar. Oh, that's adorable. Yes, that's what we need. That's what we need. A real lifeline in the real world. These aren't just athletes, they're people too.
Kim's mom has been a staunch supporter for a very, very long time. Very similar to Stormy's mom as well.
You know, funny enough, Kim's mom actually took leave from her work just to come and see her son last season. Yeah.
Well,
and she watched all of the games.
Yeah, I think every single one, right? That support goes a long way, and it's good to see him performing here. But Team Ray as well, I feel like they need a little bit of that support. We know these players have what it takes, they just need the right pieces.
I think they need to adjust. They have to adjust on the fly. Sometimes adjusting too much, especially when you can't read the situation, is dangerous. But considering Ivan has had good reads before in his previous season here in MPL MY, before he took a backseat, now with a brand new roster, I think there has to be underlying issues in communication, right? How else can you explain it?
Well, the draft wasn't doing them any favors, but we also know the decision-making was a little bit sus at times. Yeah. Could be because they were so behind. Could be because the drafts felt so gapped. But let's see if they're able to get a lineup that's a little bit more balanced. Then we can actually see what they're capable of.
I can't wait if we ever go over to the voice, the mic checks, right, of these players. It's just Ivan telling them at the very end here, guys, suicide charge. We end it here or we die here. All right, let's jump right into the draft. Let's see what the adjustments that can be made. I'm really looking at Team Ray. We've got to see something else from these guys. But first, our random map. Dangerous Garas again, unlucky.
We're seeing a lot of repeat maps. Earlier, it was 2 matches of broken walls between SRG and VMS, but RRQ Tora on the blue side once again, picking up that Valentina first.
You know what? Maybe this is a blessing in disguise, right? Because we didn't see much adaptation from Team Ray. Now that they've got the exact same environment, let's see what that adjustment would look like in this one.
Now, we did say they should prioritize Sora a bit more, but it is a Valentina, so it's a little risky.
That's funny. That's very funny.
Hilda and Kimmy.
All right, so Kimmy makes a lot of sense in this because again, Kimmy, once she has her passive, she completely outranges the Valentina, right? The only problem is that her health pool is really tiny. So if for whatever reason, if Ruff happens to steal Hilda's ult, there's a chance that he might one-shot Kimmy. Like, unironically.
I mean, you don't even need to. Just pick up Sora now and have him chase her.
One or the other. One or the other. There's got to be like a high damage dealing ult, and that's all you need to just kill this Kimmy. I don't know whether Kimmy is like... honestly, for me, it shouldn't be within the first 3 at the very least, unless the ban's adjusted just a little bit here.
They probably picked it early because Kimmy was banned in the second phase by RRQ earlier, so they just want to lock it in this time. I was going to say RRQ can probably just pick the same heroes again, and that's exactly what they did. It's the Sora and the Suyo.
It's gonna happen all over again, sir. They can look to adjust the glue now that they've already at least picked up their first 3, right? TR. Already banned down to Jushin, the same bans as last time. How would you improve upon the previous composition? Because the last time they got backed into a corner, glue only showed in that second phase. So now that they have locked in the Fredrin, all right, there, that's that classic combo that I was talking about. Now that they've got this down on lock, the side lanes can be a lot more flexible.
And they will get rid of the glue as well, just to make sure they won't run into issues there. So this is looking a little bit better, but it also means that Hilda wants to play aggro, but the other 2 heroes are a little bit on the slower side. At the very least, Ivan should be able to try and dive the backline now that there's no glue to deal with.
Question about dealing. Now that glue is gone, does RQ pivot? I feel like they don't need to necessarily...
Go like Hylos.
Oh, would Hylos be good enough in this particular scenario? Because no matter what, it's really like, how do you displace Fredrin and Hilda to kind of get out of the way so you have access to the backline? And you're already running Suyo. So Suyo is weird because like you can't really like one-shot a backliner unless you're ahead. So now it becomes a question of priority. With Sora in your hands already, the fact that you ban out Masha, which again, very good ban here for the side of RRQ. They know that Team Ray can go double fighter gold lanes if they wanted to. Oh.
I think the carry ban is not bad. I was actually thinking that if they do decide to ban heroes like the Hylos, then the carry would still be a problem, especially now that they have a tank jungle.
But then would you rather deal with the Claude?
I actually think they would.
Is that more manageable? Because Claude can literally get behind the Fredrin to get on top of Kimmy. Carry can't, unless you're like in a bush.
But carry can melt your front line.
That's also true.
And I think that's what they're more worried about.
I feel like it's more manageable, right? Oh, well, then again, it is carry, right?
She's a subjective thing.
Yeah, it's a little subjective. And
well, after what Ruff did in game 1,
I mean, I think that one is... Oh boy. Let's see what matchup he'll have against L'Oreal's, right? It might be better. It might be better for all intents and purposes. Zhuzong. Zhuzong Bandao.
Respect to Siska. 2 of his high-performing heroes taken out of the pool right here to make sure that the Sora will have the best time possible. They know that with a Hilda and Fredrin already, Siska is going to be put on more of a playmaking style hero to make up for that damage.
But what will be good? You also have to keep in mind that your ults are going to be stolen away by Valentina. So whatever you're putting in your arsenal, they're going to get it too. I was thinking like maybe he wants to go back into something like Lapu Lapu, but then again it's Valentina, so it's kind of rough to deal with that. Benedetta, not a bad idea, but I think we need to see what the support is first for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, I think so as well. Looks like for now, Team Ray is going to be locking in that Yisun Shin again. I don't know. I'm still not a big fan of this.
Wait. Is this... Oh, no. It'd be more so for RRQ if they wanted to go with like the Fredrin EXP.
Yeah, no. Yisun Shin Gold, I mean, it's still okay, but we can see that Lolil has a tendency to play more passive. He needs to hit that second item power spike before he can really start contributing. And that gives RRQ Tora time to work with. They don't have carry anymore, but there's still other good gold laners. The Claude is still there. If you want early game, things like Brody or Clint. The high-lows does get locked in, along with the Granger.
Granger, alright. Let's see, full composition. There we go! You called it! You called it! Benedetta gets locked in. There are clear targets for it, and at the very least, with Super Yoshi on the Hylas, it's a very telegraphed stun for Siska. Oh boy, this is a little spicy here. This one's a little interesting. I'm very surprised that Siska was like, Coach, it's time for the Benedetta. It truly is time.
Yeah, I think so as well. This will definitely outtrade a Sora at levels 1 and 2. Can rotate the map very quickly to try and match up the RQ's more aggressive side lane play style and makes up for the fact that they have a tank jungler. So this is a more balanced composition for sure, and now we will get to see how Team Ray actually performs.
Yeah, this looks going to be so much better, because even if the mid-trio starts to struggle, they can call upon Siska for an early rotation to kind of bail him out of some tough spots. We'll see whether that's going to be the case, because Tora, right out of the gates, we're looking strong with a 20-7 game score for game number 1. We might see a repeat here in game number 2.
Will this be the ray of light that Team Ray is going to be looking for, or will the Kingdom continue to roar and break through their defenses? RQ Tora on the blue side versus Team Ray on the red. Kingdom currently 1 game away from securing their first series of the season.
Yep, and now the hardest part of the mid lane. Look at this. This is just brutal early game domination for the side of Team Ray. Zoning people off, walking into enemy territory. No passports, nothing to worry about. No visas, didn't need it anyways.
This is exactly what Team Ray needs from Siska. He's a playmaker, one of the more promising rookies we've seen in the past couple of seasons. This is where he shines.
Yep, look at him beam. Look at him beam. This is why they banned out Kimmy in the previous matchup. The early game dominance is really, really nice when you have somebody who's able to actively peel for you. But not to mention, we look at Siska's side, it is a start on purple into orange for the side of Gary, and he wants to end up by EXP, which is interesting. I would have expected him in level 1, right on to the orange buff, look to deny.
Yeah, I would think so as well. But I suppose EXP lane priority makes sense here. Both sides wants to make sure that the EXP laner will hit level 4 by that first turtle. And it's going to be a high pressure lane for Dyron because this Benedetta is hard to handle.
Benedetta is a little hard to handle. Oh, Jiskar got it. Very nice, very nice. Denies the level 4 off of Dyron. He did miss out a couple of minions here, so it'd be nice if he's able to catch that last wave. Same goes for Siska as well. They haven't... Oh, are they going to do a bit of a swapsies?
We can see a lot of trading happening up top, but it's a collapse in the mid lane by Team Ray. Good disengage from RRQ, preventing any sort of pincer play from happening. First turtle being aggroed, but Dyron is here to scout it out.
Level 4s haven't been hit by the supports just yet. Yeah, this is going to be the stalemate, but if you look at top side, Lolios! Oh, did he get it? He flickered down! Is he alive?
I think he's okay, but he's still trying to fight actually, and he dies! First blood to Ruff! Not a good start. Now Team Ray gonna try and contest the turtle, but Martisi goes down to Dyron. Literally the thing I said in the draft. And Ivan dropping low as well. Turtle dropping low. Revitalize goes up. Gary steals it away, and Kim steals the life of Jeskar. Picks up a double kill. Chasing down Ivan behind his own tower. Siska not even gonna be allowed to back off for free.
Yep. Bad timing there. Bad timing for Team Ray. Really great initiation from RRQ Tora. That's exactly what you want to see. Oh no! Lolias ends up dying again as he returns to the lane.
Oh, this has spiraled instantly. It looked pretty okay before this. But Lolil Ego challenged a bit too hard and then walked back to lane and got cut off. This is the point where most people would surrender.
Yeah, I think that Ruff should just sweep in the auto attacks at this point. Just to get the free plating. Could have gotten a little bit more there, but it's fine because look, as we see that now even Martisi has to help out Jeskar just to keep up the pace with Gary when it comes down to these turtle fights. Because that is the most ideal space for Team Ray to actually fight for.
Kim gonna steal away that Electo final blow. We can already see the issues of letting this Sora go again too. Though Kim will get caught in Fraction Pulse. Has to use the Electo Fig out, but gets caught with the Petrify. Nice dive from Team Ray. They at least find something in exchange.
Beautiful chain CC for the side of Team Ray. That's what we need to see. All right. So they've got the mechanics down, but Dyron has been able to farm pretty heavily while Siska has been away. Losing about half a wave, unfortunate for Siska, but he still needs to recall, which is the scary part.
At least he was able to catch the EXP cannon, so he'll still keep up in that regard. Martisi also grabbing a good amount of gold from the mid lane. Gary now caught between a rock and a hard place. Here comes Torrent form, but it's not enough to save the Suyo. In fact, Dyron himself is in trouble. Gets picked off by Siska before he can pop the shifting skies. And now Super Yoshi trying to sustain, but not long enough. It's a double kill for the Benedetta.
Nothing they could do there. And now Siska is back in the game, evened out against Dyron, despite being at a deficit level-wise and gold-wise, turning that around. Are they gonna... No, they won't be able to make it there in time. Unless Kim does something crazy.
It was close, but Jeskar will be able to secure the turtle, and that gives Team Ray some much-needed breathing room. The net worth difference is now closed.
Martisi really starting to pick up some speed here as he's taking more and more control over this lane with or without his support, which is the most impressive part, right? Because it's tough for Kim. He wants to walk out of this lane, but it's he's not making it easy.
Definitely not. See both roamers in the gold lane as well. Ruff definitely having a much better start too. Oh, Kim being dived in the mid lane once again. Just barely flickers out, but Jeskar gonna use this chance to invade the purple. Gary doesn't have a lot of backup, and he is not able to secure it. It's stolen away by the Fredrin.
Oh, is there a potential punish here? I'm not seeing it because right now it's coming down to Siska and Dyron, and Siska wins out that trade and even has the XP lead against him.
And this is what we were hoping to see from Team Ray in the first place. Siska on these aggressive style EXP laners. You can see just how much of an impact he's having on the map compared to before. Though Ivan may have been up. Oh, wait, what is that? How does he get away with that?
Okay. All right, let's just pretend that didn't happen, right? let's just censor that out of our mind. Everybody's doing it these days. Might as well us, right? Whoa.
I guess the best way to outplay your opponents is to outplay yourself.
What were you doing there? How could you do that, Ivan? I don't even know what I was doing, man. I thought it was dead. I mean, the flicker, real unfortunate. Bit of a miscommunication there with everybody walking away, or it could have been a lag spike. But if it was a lag spike, he should have called for a technical pause. Even so, Jeskar is starting to get to a point where he's becoming unkillable, right? He's already got a couple of items, already done with the Antique Cuirass, so he's taking a lot less damage from Suyo and Dyron specifically, and even Ruff. But now he has to start thinking about Kim.
Yeah. See now the double-edgedness of heroes like Suyo as well. If you're not ahead, it's a lot more difficult for Gary to actually do the things that he was before. And Jeskar has a lot more space to play with all that extra HP on the Fredrin compared to previous hero he was playing. Next turtle gonna be focused on. Super Yoshi comes in from the flank with the rest of RRQ Tora. Ivan's in the backline. Gary steals it away! Beautiful retry timing, but Team Ray's gonna instantly collapse upon him. Gary goes down. Ivan gonna be traded. So Super Yoshi somehow alive? And here comes the shifting skies. Forces the flicker from Lolil, but is not able to finish anyone off. Team Ray is so low. Dyron goes down. Ruff flickers forward. He's looking for Jeskar. Can he find at least one? Yes, that's a mega kill for the Granger.
Oh my goodness, is Granger gonna have enough? Wait, I'm waiting for the energy. He should have one. All shot. Oh! He gets it! Sniped under the tower!
Rough with the fadeaway kill right there. Gonna be able to clean things up. It was kind of messy, but RRQ Tora will win just off of that. Now a 5-0 on this Granger. Those Sky Piercer stacks gonna go a long way.
Oh my goodness, what a fight that breaks out here. Siska looking to split the lines in half, doesn't find the right angle, but luckily it creates enough space that the rest of Team Ray try to isolate their own fights, but once RRQ regroup on that bottom side, you can tell Team Ray, the economic damage that they've been receiving all this time is now starting to add up, and more importantly so, they're sticking a little too close together and Kim is getting mega value.
And this is a strange habit of Team Ray as an organization throughout different rosters. They do like to group up, and that can cost them sometimes. Ruff now going to officially be an issue. I'm not too sure how many Sky Piercer stacks he has. Okay, thank you very much, production. 30. So he's on his way.
Yep, he's currently 408 and 8 minutes into the game. Not a bad score so far for his stacks as well, which means he probably should only have like 5 shots back-to-back without the Rondo. Now just Gar still trying to set the boundaries here, trying to make sure that RRQ Tora respects the space. And now that Siska gets the move out for free, they could wait for the next wave, go for the proxy, and then immediately head to the Lord.
There's definitely macro pay potential with the Benedetta on the side of Team Ray here. RRQ Tora's split push potential is a lot lower overall, and then creates more opportunities to contest neutral objectives with this Red Rin.
Speaking of, yeah, nobody else can really open up the map. Guard just has to walk in, you know? Real free. Where is... Okay, there he is. Behind the Lord pit itself. So they do have full vision over it.
Dyren has to dash away from the traction pulse. Team Ray still taking this slow. Siska's behind. Glorious Pathway cuts the fight in half. They're going for Jesgar. Gary's still on the Lord. Ivan looking for Ruff. He's chasing him away entirely. But Jesgar goes down, so Gary gets a free Lord. And now the fight is completely split up. It is chaos in the land of Dawn. Siska abandoned. Double kill for the Sora. And Kim will find a third in the form of Lalil.
Dude, they have got to stop doing this. They've got to stop leaving Just Guard to dry. There's like no reason for it as well. Because Martizi is their main damage dealer besides Lolios. And right now, Lolios is way too far behind to be relevant. Martizi's base damage alone puts him in contention with everybody on his team, including Siska in terms of damage output. So make it make sense. Please, just... Gar is supposed to be... Everybody just be around that guy, man. He is your cornerstone.
They really need to know how to group together a little bit more efficiently. Siska goes in with an electro final blow, takes a lot of damage in return. Oh no! 5 men on the shifting skies from Tyron! They find 2 as a result, and the Lord is still pushing down bottom. RRQ Tora are the predator in this game, and they're looking for their prey.
Dyren did not come to Malaysia just to retire. He's here to dominate, as he's finding incredible sets so far. How far it's gonna go, let's see. As Team Ray now on the base defense.
Mid inhibitor is already gone. Lord will collide bottom, but will get eventually cleared up. They lose the top tower as well. I think Team Ray is gonna lose all of their inhibitors here, and RQ Tora will be happy with that.
Very nicely done. At least for Team Ray, there's not much saving grace at this point. It's a pretty difficult position now that you're at the 8.7k mark lead. Every team fight has just not gone in their favor. That really is what it is, right? Team Ray, they had a couple of good engagements, don't get me wrong, but RRQ Tora always seemed to be able to etch them out in the most ridiculous ways possible.
RRQ Tora has an eye for opportunity. You can see that these players are more aggressively oriented. That's why they know when the chance is there. But you can also see the chemistry as well, where they're able to control those urges. They know the timing that is necessary and don't overextend themselves. Oh, another glorious pathway. They're still zoning out Team Ray. They're probably not going to get anyone here, but the psychological damage is done.
Oh yeah, they managed to get the Traceless out. Oh, sorry, they managed to get the Turtle Boat out. They also got the Traction Pulse out for free. Didn't have to do anything. Just press one button. Now, everybody else just gonna have a time of their lives, right? Well, hold on. What does Kim have? Kim currently is running the Electo Final Blow as his ult. They are setting up. I don't think he's gonna use it in this upcoming fight. He probably wants it for the upcoming Lord fight.
And I feel like Kim should consider stealing Traction Pulse. I feel like that would work pretty well.
Really? Because I feel like if he's taking Traction Pulse at that stage, you might as well just go straight. Oh wait, do you get the enhanced auto attacks on top of that? No, I don't think so.
No, I don't
right?
think so. But the Gather is going to work quite well with Dyron.
Yeah. I don't think it's the worst, but if you want like hard CC, I would say either take Lolios or just Gars. One or the other.
Fair enough. For now, RRQ Torres on the Lord. Traction Pulse comes out, only catches Super Yoshi, and at this stage, he's more than tanky enough. Dyron will be chunked down pretty low, so Team Ray have that at least, but Jiskar once again being left out to dry a little bit. Martizi's here to help support the poking, but Gary and Ruff are just slowly whittling the Lord down, and Team Ray is just too late. They're trying to engage now. Ivan jumps in, but that's the high-lows. You're not gonna do much to him.
We need to go back to the drawing board. Oh, wait.
Oh, Kim, that... Oh... Okay.
So remember when I was telling you of him potentially one-shotting his target? So, Hilda said no. Just, nah, I don't know what you're doing, but this is not going to work the way you think it's going to work.
I don't know what the plan was there, because yeah, Electo in the funnel is great, but you don't really have the Petrify. So now the Lord is pushing in. It's a 4v5, completely unnecessarily. Glorious Pathway comes out, slows Jiskar. Ivan going from the flank. They will clear up the Lord quite quickly since the damage is sufficient and the minion waves are not the most synced. So I think Team Ray will survive this one.
Okay, they get on out of there. A simple mistake made by Kim ended up costing them a potential push here. This means that the game is going to drag on just a little bit longer, which is great for Team Ray. They've been begging for this. They're like, oh my goodness, the Lord was going to push into our side. And now, with that one pick, we come back into this game. It will even out. They will hit 42k. They will hit the max amount of items. It's only that RRQ Tora will be able to swap out their items if necessary.
Yeah, it's time for the base defense bonanza from Team Ray here. If they can delay long enough, they do have good late game scaling with the 2 marksmen, but they do need to shut down Ruff. If they can get that gold bounty from the Granger into one of the cores, then Team Ray has something to work with.
Or at the bare minimum, try and half his stacks, right? Major problem. So much HP on your side. You don't want to accidentally just blow up for no reason. Even so, just a very dangerous game for Team Ray. Every moment they walk out of their base is an opportunity for RRQ Tora to take advantage of them. And they don't want to be caught out in these streets like that. Not at this time.
I think I heard the Mountain Shocker being popped, so they know where RQ is, including these two down here. Dyron gonna take a good chunk. We can see Martizi is starting to hit pretty hard.
He is. And I'm looking at Lolios, I'm like, when is he gonna hit hard? It looks like he's already got 3 items, Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, Malefic Roar. It looks like he's going for a BOD.
Small meetup here in the jungle. I don't think Team Ray wants to engage on that. Traction Pulse will catch. That's an awkward kind of interaction, but Super Yoshi's gonna be fine.
Hey, it works out at the end of the day, you know? Could have been worse, but now Cisco getting back into the fight here. There's just too many things to manage. It's a very uncomfortable position for Team Ray, but this will show whether or not Sasa has been drilling them how to sync up these waves together and to utilize these positions to get a free Lord.
Siska could definitely be having a bit more impact in terms of split pushing, since they know most of RRQ Tora is up here, but they're also a bit afraid of allowing him to walk up too far, because without the Benedetta, they're not really capable of fighting either.
Yep, they need every little piece of damage, support, and bodies to make this work. Gary, so far, very happy with the way that he's been farming overall, but now it's about position.
Lord gonna be reset here. Oh, they catch 2 in the backline. Loliel has to use Mount Shocker just to get away. A nice stun from Jiskar. Ivan once again looking for Ruff. Wind of Nature keeps him alive, and he executes Siska point blank. Legendary double kill for the Granger. Kim jumps in. He will sacrifice his life. Maybe a bit unnecessary, but it's fine because it sets up time for Ruff to be doing his damage. He's chasing down Loliel now. Yisun Shin, it does do DPS, so you have to be somewhat careful there. A little bit messy, but Ruff finally picks up the kill onto Fredrin. Loliel tries to go back to the base to defend against minion wave. It's gonna be the 2 marksmen against 4 members of RQ Tora. Loliel blows up in an instant. It's a double kill, and the crystal is completely exposed. The kingdom secures their first foothold into the battlefield of MPL Malaysia.
What more to give confidence that the Kingdom knows exactly what they're doing with a 2-0 victory here on day 1, week 1 of the inaugural season 17 of the MPL MY. No better way to close out the day.
We can definitely see that Coach Sasa has drilled some things into the minds of these players. They still have that aggressive energy, but they seem to know how to fit it together. The puzzle pieces work well, and this team is looking pretty promising.
Yeah, this team is looking pretty sick at team fighting specifically, right? And certain conditions need to be met. We're only speculating whether those laning parameters are going to be the same across their games throughout the league, but I want to see them get pushed. What happens if the side lanes don't go as well as it did just now? Does that mean that Dairon can do whatever he wants like that, or no?
I think the same heroes were let through, I would say too many times, but it was only 2 games, so probably not the best description, but I think you get what I mean. The Sora and the Valentina were problems.
They were problems. And look at this, right? Very different reactions from both sides. Kim's super vocal, and he needs people who are like, want to get into your face. Dairon is just as vocal. And I was looking at Super Yoshi, he was having a good time as well.
This team was having fun on that stage, and that makes a big difference. So let's see what they have to say about it, though. Once again, interview up on stage. We'll leave it to them.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, give it up for RRQ Tora! So first of all, Raf, big congratulations. Performance yang hebat. Lagi Granger Game 2 tadi. Sangat gila. Aku tak tahu macam mana kau tak boleh dapat Savage. But macam mana kau rasa kau punya own performance? RRQ Tora punya performance first day lawan dengan Team Ray.
First kali Alhamdulillah. First game kita orang dapat debut yang baik. Sebenarnya kita orang juga tak sangka dapat main clean macam ni untuk first day MPL. Itu je lah, tak sangka.
And kita pernah dengar dekat interview yang even Raf sendiri dengan Sasa sebagai coach cakap yang Sasa dapat bantu banyak dalam gameplay Raf sendiri. Sebab kita tengok RRQ Tora tadi main sangat bersih. Very, very clean. And Raf pun tak banyak overextend dan sebagainya. Jadi macam mana Sasa dapat bantu RRQ Tora sebagai coach?
First kali dia bantu kita orang dari segi mindset kita orang lah. And cara kita orang disiplin dalam game tu lah.
Alright, thank you very much. And now, with Dairon here, and kita boleh nampak tadi Sasa dekat screen. Dairon, first of all, selamat datang ke Malaysia. How are you?
Makasih bang, baik.
Okay, so Dairon, pertama sekali saya nak tanya, kita boleh tengok ada banyak kingdom dekat sini, banyak fans RRQ Tora yang datang untuk menyokong. Adakah ini mengejutkan Dairon? Adakah Dairon expect ramai macam ni datang untuk menyokong?
Gak expect sih sebenarnya kan, karena kan kita ya baru gitu kan. Cuman ya gue salut lah sama RRQ Kingdom itu bisa seramai ini di Malaysia gitu.
Yeah. Dari sini, Dairon, you punya gameplay tadi pun very, very good. Even masa you daripada MPL ID, you antara EXP laner yang sangat kuat, sangat solid. Sekarang ni berada di MPL Malaysia. Adakah Dairon rasa macam you boleh lebih menyerlah di MPL Malaysia dekat sini banding dengan MPL ID?
Kalau itu enggak sih kayaknya bang. Kalau dari saya mungkin ya main step by step aja, karena kan saya juga punya tim baru, terus rekan baru juga, jadi ya saya harus catch up cepat juga dengan mereka. Apalagi kan comms-nya juga tuh benar-benar susah lah bang, karena 3 bahasa itu nggak gampang gitu.
Yeah. Jadi sekarang ni kita akan tanya lebih sedikit lagi. But for now, kita akan tengok siapakah MVP dalam perlawanan ni. Dah dengar ada berapa orang cakap Raf. Jadi dekat sini kita akan tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. And MVP. Ya, adakah Gary, Super Yoshi, Kim? EG tak main jadi mungkin tak. Sasa kat belakang nampak blur-blur sikit. Balik kepada stage. MVP jatuh kepada Raf! So Raf, again, amazing performance. And satu nak cakap is, before this masa gold lane siap main dengan fighter, Raf pun perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus pada waktu tu. Sekarang ni tak banyak sangat fighter, banyak kepada just traditional punya marksman. Adakah Raf lagi suka, lagi prefer untuk main marksman biasa ataupun sebenarnya kalau boleh nak main fighter jugalah?
Sebenarnya saya lagi suka fighter. Tapi sebab sekarang Post 1 adalah marksman, so saya terpaksa untuk catch up cepat sikit lah.
Well, kalau dah 11-01 tu rasa macam dah catch up lah. So kepada Dairen dekat sini dengan fans RRQ Tora yang ramai, ada yang terbang daripada Indonesia dan juga tak silap saya pada hari esok RRQ Hoshi di Indonesia juga akan bermain. Ada tak apa-apa pesanan yang Dairen nak bagi kepada semua fans yang datang dekat sini, peminat RRQ Malaysia dan juga Indonesia, dan mungkin nak bagi pesanan kepada RRQ Hoshi yang akan bermain pada hari esok?
Buat RRQ Kingdom, tetap sokong kita dan doain kita karena doa dan dukungan kalian sangat berarti lah buat kita. Dan buat RRQ Hoshi, gue yakin kalian bisa bangkit dan buktikanlah kalian bisa.
Alright, terima kasih banyak. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for RRQ Tora! Dengan ini, kita akan terus pergi balik kepada casters. Again, congratulations and good luck untuk next match. For now, kita akan pergi balik pada Malay dan juga English casters for their breakdown.
Thanks, LaFell. MVP of this game, clearly going over the rough in both of these games. A basically clean record all the way through, dominating his way on both carry alongside with Granger.
Literally didn't dive once the entire series. And it's not a situation where it's like, oh, his team just protected him super duper well, so he never was at any risk. Man was fighting. He was participating. As a marksman, you can really tell that he means it when he says he prefers fighters. But I think he's performed very admirably here.
I think this is the... okay, I wouldn't say the first. I've seen a lot of games, but this is one of the few times that it felt that Ruff wasn't just flickering forward for the sake of flickering forward. It always made sense this time around, compared to last year where we were just like, whoa, really pushing, getting right to the edge there.
Yeah, that's because Kim did it for him.
That's Dairen and Kim are like, we got you. Don't worry about it, Ruff, we got you. And he's able to do these crazy movements. He's always been able to do that, is the thing. Now that he's got a team that kind of just wants to go forward with him and a good mindset that Sasa has instilled into the team, so far, it looks good. Do I think this is an international ready team? Absolutely not, because again, this is only one facet of RRQ Tora's gameplay.
Yeah, we haven't seen the whole picture yet. They got to play Valentina, Suyo, Sora 2 games in a row. Yeah. It's clearly not enough information to work with, but it is a good start once again, and exactly what we were hoping for when it came down to this new era of MPL MY. We asked the question between these two Eco Challenge gold laners who would come out on top. Ruff literally won the 1v1 against Lolil on arguably a worse early game marksman too, so...
Well, I mean, when it's level 4, it's even. It can go both ways here, man. Like, Granger gets real powerful once he has access to his ult, and for some reason it starts at maximum bar, you know? They could have let it recharge first. A little dirty, I'm not gonna lie.
But on the opposite side, Team Ray felt pretty disjointed, right?
I think, like, game 1, it was the calls that really was jarring. Like, I understand if there's a little bit of like, yeah, you know, I was looking at the heart rate monitors once in a while. Some of them are a little nervous with how they play. But also, how many people on this are actually, like, vocal and can really question, hey, Ivan, is this something good? Are we sure? Are we sure we're doing this? Conceal hasn't been used. Flickers are still available. They need to have a voice of reason. And right now, I don't see it yet.
I'm wondering who is the shot caller for Team Ray, actually.
I think it's
is it Ivan?
I think it's Ivan, right?
As I remember back when Ivan was playing here with the Homeboys, right? That was the season where Homeboys did very well. With Ivan and Bell. They played a very specific style, which is two-man frontline, single target catchers. They like playing heroes like Kalea, Edith in the side lane.
Yes.
And that worked very well with people like Izanami because he's got that foundation to back you up. Here I figured that Martisi might be able to fulfill a similar role, but if he's not vocal enough, then you can see those gaps. And I also feel like Jasgar was abandoned a lot.
He was abandoned a lot. I don't know. It's right now clear chemistry problems of how the team need to kite together. It feels like Martisi and Lolios roughly have the same ideas about space. Maybe not so much for Jasgar and Ivan. I think Siska can see the whole thing. It's just that I'm Benedetta. Like, I gotta do my own thing here. I can't fix all your problems, sir.
Yeah, Siska is the type of player that will carry the game if necessary. But it's hard to do that if the rest of the team is having difficulty meshing together in the first place, and you can kind of feel that frustration.
And especially since the one times he actually whiffs his ult, doesn't get too much value but gets a good petrify, his team isn't able to capitalize, and a majority of Team Ray ended up dying in that fight because of it.
Yeah, if this guy is not able to land the damage correctly, a lot of Team Ray's damage is actually quite slow.
Yeah.
Martizi's DPS output was good later on, but Lolil was still having difficulty catching up. So when you put that all together, it's so easy for Ruff to just slowly, well, not even slowly, quickly melt people away.
And that's the thing, right? Unfortunately, this is why we saw that the Baxia does get banned out. It makes that early game a little bit more playable. You're able to show up in different spots to affect it. Just unfortunately, it's just not mobile enough to deal with what not only Ruff, but particularly Super Yoshi, right? Super Yoshi keeps Just Gar in place. If the whole team walks past Just Gar, it's because Super Yoshi dropped down the glorious pathway on top of Just Gar and the backline, walks past Just Gar to make sure that he can't dash backwards.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Super Yoshi as well. I think RRQ Tora has a pretty strong performance ahead of them if they can keep this momentum up. And let's highlight a little bit more onto Ruff's performance here. Having a total of 14,000 gold at the end, 863 GPM. Nowadays, that is on the higher end of the scale.
All of this totaling up to 863. Not bad overall, expected from these gold laners in general. We would like to see like that huge snowball in game number 1 again, except it becomes even crazier when you have access to Granger and his toolkit, but I think this works well. This is perfect for RRQ Tora to build just enough confidence to say, hey, we've got something here, but not too much confidence where you get a bigger head, you know? Like huge ego.
I hope not, because ego was the determining factor for some of these players. Ruff especially in the past, where he would get overconfident and he would overstep in the late game and get picked off and throw away early leads. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, but there was never really a position where Ruff needed to do that. So in the future, when that happens again, Dan will get a clearer idea of how much he's grown.
We'll see, because in these highlights, right, so many moments it's just direct, yeah, I just get to kill somebody for free, who's next person, move on to the next person, and just slowly chunk away at the targets, because he doesn't necessarily need to do anything crazy in terms of the raw engage. His team is waiting for responses from Team Ray. As soon as they see Just Gar actually go for the dash and doesn't have his energy eruption to reset it, then they can immediately start focusing on the backline.
It's so easy for RRQ Tora to split them apart as well.
And then they go back. Oh, so good, so good. Like, the way that they are moving around is just maximum value.
In this fight as well, Dyron didn't even get to maximize his Shifting Skies because they actually split apart quite well. But then Just Gar got picked off, gave the Sky Piercer stack needed for Ruff to get another. I don't really know why Martizi was still there. He could have easily gone home. But Gary was securing most of these objectives against the Fredrin, mind you, because Just Gar is just dead most of the time.
It's a purple buff dilemma. You'd rather die for the purple buff. You'd rather die for the purple buff and lose the game.
And this as well, the big 5-man Sora catch. Beautifully done.
Again, Dyron, we know that he's good. He is good on that Sora. It's not like he hasn't touched this hero before. He's definitely shown some amazing sets, but now that we have him on a weekly basis, we want to see where the holes are, because eventually somebody's going to have to figure it out.
I imagine there are teams that will be able to figure it out. The final base defense, 2 marksmen versus 4. You already know this is definitely not happening. And Team Ray is gonna need to go back to the drawing board here. There's some fundamental issues that we're looking at, which is disappointing considering how high I placed this team in my ranking.
What can I say, right? It was only 2 outcomes for this. Either RRQ Tora absolutely smashes this, or we don't see anything, no potential at all. Really, no in between. But it is the very first day, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm happy that it's 8 weeks long because it gives Team Ray more opportunities to take advantage of, hey, maybe they need an import from elsewhere, right? They can do it in the middle of the season and have enough ample time to make sure whoever comes in or their current roster is going to be more polished.
Or maybe, you know, it's time to bring in Zayed instead?
I don't know, man.
Hard to say, huh?
No, it's a hard conversation because he's literally right at the edge of the stage.
he's literally
right there. I wish you guys could see this. Okay, thank God he's not listening to us, and we have IEM, so even if he said anything, we have no idea. But with that being said, let us have a look at the current updated standings for week number 1, day number 1. We've already concluded our 2 best of 3s, allowing RRQ to find enough match points. Ooh, our match points looking really clean here.
We got RRQ Tora and SRG tied for first place. Both teams clean swept their opponents for day number 1, and that unfortunately puts Team Ray and Vamos at the bottom of the standings. But the tournament is very young, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen. For everybody else who's currently in 0-0, don't worry, that's not their actual position. It's just based on alphabetical order. Until they get some data, then we can start slotting them in. But I am excited for Tora now. With Sasa at the helm to kind of help them, I want to see what that polish looks like, because how do you translate international experience? And we've seen that through many different teams. Oh wow, they're so great here in local leagues. They go to the international, they get dumpstered. They come back and they're like, they're never the same.
Yeah, each league does have their own flavor, and you can gain confidence by being the masters of that flavor. But then you go to international, and there's just a whole bevy of ingredients for you to deal with, and you just had no idea. Can they translate that? What's going to be next? We'll see, because they get to take a short break. Tomorrow, we've got 3 more matches, including the rest of the teams that haven't played. We've got Invictus Gaming versus Bigatron. We got All Combo versus Flash. And then we got Team Ray versus SRG.
Oh boy, Team Ray versus SRG. A bit of a, clap back from today for tomorrow's games. I don't know. It's not exactly the most confidence-boosting, criteria of teams to play, but I'm not the one who organizes this, okay? So,
yeah, the past couple seasons, Team Ray has often performed surprisingly okay in the first couple of weeks. I don't think that's happening this time.
Nah.
But maybe that'll translate into breaking the 8th place for us, right?
Woo! We got 7th. it's just, there's no winning. I feel like Team Ray, there is a little potential, but I think the fundamental problems need to be answered first. The faster those are done, the quicker we can start thinking about, hey, finding an identity, really refining what we want to do in a video game.
I like the idea of the tank jungle and then allowing for Siska to go for more aggressive side lanes. Lolil is weirdly not performing as well as I'd hoped, and maybe Sunshin is the problem, or maybe something else is the problem, but I know what isn't the problem. Codes. Right here, bottom of the screen. Scan the QR code, get some free stuff. That sounds pretty good to me.
Yep, claim it while you still can, and don't bother asking us how to enter that code, because it literally says it right on the graphic itself. In-game, profile icon, settings, redemption code. 3 things. If I get another text of somebody asking me, how do I enter this darn code? I don't know. We've been on the air for so long, for so many years. People have got to figure this out.
Maybe they just want to talk to you.
Start with a hi. I think that would be ideal. If they didn't start with a hi, I'm like, what is happening?
But maybe hi is boring, right? You want a different icebreaker.
I want to stand out, like I watch you when you sleep at night. Or I know where your address is. I know the last 3 digits of your credit card.
I mean, compared to that, asking how to enter the code seems a lot better, right?
No, honestly, I'll take that. You know what? I take it back. I want to go back to the regular stuff. With that being said, thank you so much to everybody who has joined us for our day number 1. With that being said, we've got a mic check. Have a look. Enjoy.
That's going to be all from us. See you guys tomorrow.
Hey.
Kami.
Cover. Come here. Nice. Let's go. Getting.
Habis kan?
Sabar. Guys.
Boleh fight guys.
Boleh fight. Go. Lagi. Nice one.
Ada mid.
Nice. Rock di bos.
Lolo
Nice boy. Nice one.
Nice game.
Benet. Let's go lah. Wih. Let's go ya. Okay.
Lihat.
Ayo. Frederick touch ya. Sabar. Kiting guys. Go torok. Lagi. Nice. I can still stand front ah. Kim sabar.
Sabar tu. Keluar jangan.
Hey, Fredrin guys.
Tengok.
Santai. Ulti gol 5 second. Fred. 3 second. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.